Sometimes like all you want to do is run. Hear me out, hear me out. If all the things you never show, there are the things I want to know. Secrets start in your heart to slow. But if you don't want to tell me now, I guess I'll never know. Losing almost all my energy. It's getting hard to talk to you, and I'm the only one who speaks. It's all the things you never show. There are the things I want to know. Secrets start in your heart to slow. But if you don't want to tell me now, I guess I'll never know. Here we go.
Okay, hey guys, welcome to a second live. And with me today is American Justice, which is Melissa, who has been following the Sebastian case as well, and Delphi, and all that stuff. And anyways, welcome, Melissa. She's on mute.
Hey, yeah, I keep muting it. I don't know.
I like that you had the picture of Sebastian, I think, didn't you? A second ago, like when I seen you, you had, yeah, there you go. There you go. Leave it like that if you want.
Leave that one. I can do it.
Yeah. So first of all, I want to say thank you to everyone that joined the last live with Jennifer Coffindaffer. It's one of those things for me is that I really don't get nervous with any guest typically, but because I went to sleep and it was like 5 a.m. when I stopped watching. I was going over Jennifer's live, even though I'd already listened to it a couple times. I listened to the one with Tony, Seth, and the lab on it. I'm not sure if that's at night. Like, I don't know. I know that at night covers everything, but I'm not sure if that's him, which is Josh or whatever. If anyone can tell me if it is, I'm not sure. But anyways, so I've always very much admired Jennifer Coffindaffer. I've always thought of her, like I said, as a level-headed thinker. And I don't know. I just, it's because a lot of the things that she thinks, I think as well. So whenever I can relate to someone that kind of what I deem is on like the normal kind of, like just you're taking the information and kind of having like thoughts about it without going too abstract or obscure off the beaten path of a case. Anyways, so I had so much information in my head that I was wanting to ask her, and some of those clips that I was showing as well and stuff like that. Like there's so much more I wanted to ask as well that I didn't get to, just because I was on information overload. And I was really trying to stay focused to what Jennifer was saying. And so greedily, I'll admit, but it's really hard to focus on chat, think about the question, knowing that, she's a very busy lady. I was just so appreciative when she answered me back in like Jennifer fashion. Again, she's just a very kind, what I deem as a genuine personality. And she has so much on her plate that she does. And yet she's like I called her, like at the end there, like the Energizer Bunny, So I was very much kept looking at the time. And like I said, had more that I wanted to say, but even though we went longer than what was expected, again, because honestly, an hour goes by so fast especially when you're talking about certain things. But with Sebastian's case, Melissa, like there's just so many things when a case has been going on. But I had these questions in my head for Jennifer, but there was other ones that I didn't get to ask. Anyway, how did you think the live went? In all fairness, don't even lie to me either. Just be honest.
I thought it was good. I thought, she's a very knowledgeable person anyway. Like, she does her homework before she speaks on something. There were a couple things that I disagreed with her on, but she knows it better than me, so I better not argue with her. She knows it better than I do.
Yeah.
But she's just very knowledgeable, and I like her point of view from the standpoint of, she was an FBI agent, she was a police officer, she understands that working better than just a random person. So, and I'm not saying that you're just a random person, I'm just saying, she knows that. So
yeah.
I thought it went well, but there were a lot of things that I'm sitting here going, I want to ask her this, I want to ask her that. Wait a minute, hold on, don't get off yet. But you're right, it goes by so quick.
Yeah, honestly, I mean, it does. And as a creator, and this is where it's no offense to people that are in the chat. Honestly, like I said, there was at one point there was like 500 and something people, and even though I timed it for 45 seconds, and honestly, like I said, and Melissa, in my heart of hearts, I knew that you probably had wanted to ask questions and stuff like that. But I honestly, because normally I'd say, hey, Melissa, do you want to join or something like that, or to Alexa, but in this particular case, because I know that there was time limited and, to it, there was just so much going on in my head. I didn't want to overwhelm myself because I was already overwhelmed with my information overload on there. So I do apologize for that. I was just trying to keep it so that I could, like I said, use my hour up, in a sense, even though it was 2 hours, use my hour up with things that really had bugged me during this case myself on there. And of course, if she ever happens to come on again, I'll invite you. Because like I said, time just flies, honestly. And like I said, I shouldn't say so many, but there definitely was some things that I wanted to ask her about, about the thump, for instance, at 10 o'clock. I wanted to ask her about that. I want to ask her about, if she felt like the police had looked at Katie's phone for pinging outside of the house past the hours that were said. What was another? There was some more. So even right now, I'm on brain overload. And it was because, I know what it was. Seth had been talking about how the Ellie whatever had taken, he felt like the focus was more so on him than on, say, the Proudfoots, which Katie was the last one to be with Sebastian. And that his place basically got ransacked. And yet they left the electronics with the Proudfoot still, but yet they took Sebastian's Switch and his or his PS or whatever game, and they took some sort of tablet that he hadn't used, but yet they left his laptop and didn't take his laptop, right? And so, it's hard for us because we always think about Delphi and things that we would have thought that they would have done versus oh sorry, I've seen this really sweet comment come up. Sunny hair, it's obviously a painfully bad dye job. Is it
Do
really
you dye your hair, Sonny?
Pardon?
Do you dye your hair?
Well, so I don't have to look at my grays, but Vincent, I just want to take a moment to thank you and appreciate you for your obviously wonderful comment. It's like, these things actually make me laugh, to be honest with you, because My hair is the most basic hair, like meaning it's well within the color of my real hair color, less the grays. But it's when people, they got no lives, and this is like the true personality of this person behind the comment, that they are a nothing burger in their real life, so they try to be something like in their internet world, I guess.
I have to say though, Sonny, I do sometimes chuckle when I seen this comment. I chuckled. I won't lie to you because of your lighting. You have like this halo of light that comes down from the top of your head
Uh-huh.
and like down onto your shoulders. And it's like I love the way it looks. I personally love it
Oh, I
just
don't
because
think.
it's like this little halo of light
Well,
and it like changes the color. Like it's kind of dark towards the bottom, and then like
yeah.
at the top, it's like this pretty burgundy color. I don't know. I personally love your hair. I always think it looks great.
You
So
know what?
that comment made me laugh because I sat here and went, "Wait a minute, what?
Yeah,
It looks pretty. What are you talking about?"
nah, I know. You know what? And I'm just gonna admit this. I love my hair. My hair, I got great hair. I can. It's straight. My versus my twin who has naturally curly, but I can make it curly. I actually like my hair. Thank you very much. I don't think I've ever given myself a bad hair dye job. But anyways, we'll digress on that comment. But there's those things, honestly, like they just have no impact besides they give me a good giggle, about how people can be. It's just so ridiculous that it's funny. But anyways, we'll leave the hair alone. I like my hair. Melissa likes my hair. Ben, do you like my hair? Anybody? Mark? Uh, anyways, so back to Sebastian Rogers on this case. So tell me, Melissa, what questions, what think of a couple questions that you would have liked to have asked Jennifer that we didn't talk about.
So, like you had said a while ago, I wanted to know what she thought about the thud. I wanted to know what she thought about this 2 hour and some odd minute phone call. Um,
Yes.
like,
Mhm.
does she feel like that was important? Did she think that Sebastian really did take out the trash? And then when you were talking about the light on the video, I was over here screaming at my computer because it's like, ask her why they're going different directions if it's a car. Because one was
Oh,
going one way
right. Yeah.
and one was going the other way.
Well, I know. And that's like I said, there was so much stuff going through my head. And those were a couple of the key things there. Well, I know that she was, because of her live, like she just did, I know that she feels about how she feels about the flashlight video. Now, so I was having a stupid moment when we were talking about the time difference from the 311 of the actual time on the video. And the person was correct. It was Seth that had been talking about that. And the reason for that, after it dawned on me like an idiot, is because so Seth had said that the LE had showed them the video and that the actual time was like stuck at whatever. And the reason why that makes sense, that it was said that the video was 2 hours later, is because the whole point is that they were showing that to say, hey, like this is the time, but it's really 2 hours off because the garbage truck came at 5:12, right? And they were told by LE that that was a garbage truck at that time. Hence why the 2 hour difference was that's why he would have said that, Seth. And I know he said it because, I just forgot that it was actually him that originally said that. And then I heard Binocular Bobby say that she had talked to the guy with the thing, how his camera was working on Saturday fine and on Monday fine. But for whatever reason, there was like that glitch in the camera on that 26 morning. Or I guess that would have been the Monday morning, but you know how there was there. But anyways, but it was Seth, and that's the reason why there it would have been said about the 2 hours was because the police LE had said that the garbage truck came at 5:12, and that's when that video was, and that was a garbage truck. So once that was said, then I was like, okay, forget the light video now. I mean, obviously, if LE is showing them the video in daylight and nighttime, obviously they're going to know the answer to that. So that's kind of why I just washed it after that, because why argue if they're literally coming out saying that there's no evidentiary value really to this video per se, but that literally Christopher Proudfoot and Seth and Katie were like called in to show them, to explain to them about this video. I mean, even when I watched Seth's live back in November with the lab, Melissa and Tony, I know like Seth kind of did one of those things where he like he had a flashlight like beside him on the live there, and that kind of brought up, and I was kind of disappointed because that wasn't expanded on either. And then Seth is like going, "Oh, you mean the flashlight video?" As almost like to say that it's like almost like to say that it was that people have made like a bunch of misinformation about it, you know. So I'm not really sure on that one, because does he still believe it's a garbage truck? You know, because we weren't shown it, they were shown it. So that was one question you had. Okay, what's another?
Okay, so let me stay on that one for a minute,
Okay.
because you just said something I didn't know. So you just said, and correct me if I'm wrong, that the time on the date, the time and date stamp the day before was correct, and that it's only incorrect the day of that video
Right.
that we've seen.
Right.
Okay, so because in my head, I have security cameras. And when I set up my first set of security cameras, I am technologically incompetent. And I couldn't figure out how to change the date and time. Like I finally at one point figured out how to change the date, but I never could get the time to stay right.
Mm-hmm.
And if they're not automatic, then it is hard to remember to go in and change them. So I was thinking maybe it was something like that, but I didn't realize that the day before it was.
Yeah, the day before and the day after, there was no issues with the camera, right? The time was
And see, that seems weird to me.
right. And so well, that's the thing, right? Because you know, if you Google it, that Ring doorbell cameras or cameras can be jammed and blocked, you know, with certain things and stuff like that. So that those jams are possible, but it's so yes. So the timestamp on that, so it's the correct day, but it's showing 3:11. Now, when the video plays, like the actual video, it literally just stays on 3:11. Okay. And so again, only up until Seth had talked about the trash can video and about how Ali showed it to them, that's when it was said that there was a like a 2-hour discrepancy in that video, that the actual time was like 5 something in the morning when the trash truck did come. So that would make sense why that was said, right? Because obviously if they're trying to align those lights, meaning LE, and they were showing Seth and Christopher Proudfoot and Katie Proudfoot the video footage in daytime and nighttime about why this is a garbage truck, then that would make sense that Seth did actually say that, which he did, because that's the whole point they were trying to make, was that the video is showing 3:11, and when the actual video footage, which I know Jay for Justice has played on hers and other channels as well that have played that, where they actually have the video, the time is stuck on 3:11. And so hence, if it's stuck. So yes, odd, you know, coincidence that it worked the day before. And this is what Binocular Bobby said, was that it worked the day before, it worked the day after, but during that particular time, it glitched. And so she was trying to ask, I think it was SF Investigates. She was trying to ask him, like, what would cause that? Could, like could a jamming or something have happened? But I wish you.
But wouldn't a jamming, if it were jammed, wouldn't it have like taken it where it, how do I say this? I'm not smart tonight. Wouldn't it have made it basically where it didn't record at all? You know what I mean? Like if it were jammed, it would stop the recording,
Yeah.
right? Like if a jammer was used, I guess I should say.
I don't know.
Okay, so then let's see, the Texas Roadhouse video, where she said it was unusual for somebody to go in and just go to the bathroom and then go back out. I disagree because I personally have done that often, especially on long road trips. But what I did, I was hoping she would go more into, and maybe she didn't see it, but I was it was another time I was like yelling at my computer. Sonny asked her this, was when I had pointed out the guy that worked for Roadhouse and how the body language was when they got in the vehicle, what she thought of that was another thing I was really hoping, besides the thud, that you would have got to. But I fully understand from your point of view as a creator, and this being your channel, and no, I wouldn't have come up earlier, but you are pressed for time and you want to get the information you can out there, and you do have such an information overload. It's hard to not go, oh shoot, I should have asked this later on.
Yeah, I know. And I knew that was going to happen, to be honest with you. Now, Kelly the OG says, this lady was so sweet, but I wish she would have let Jen talk a little bit more. Do you feel like I overtalked?
I don't feel like you overtalked her. I was hoping, like when you would ask her a question, in my opinion, and other people might disagree with me, I felt like she gave you very quick answers instead of really delving into things. Like she gave you the quick answer, and I wanted the more extended answer from her. And that was another time I was sitting here, Jennifer, explain more, like keep going, don't just stop there, I was hoping she would go a little further into her answers to your questions, if that makes sense. So, you weren't over talking.
So I was listening back to the live prior to coming on this live, and I think I got about 40 minutes into it. So a couple things. So I actually, when I would ask Jennifer a question and then she answered, to be honest with you, when I go back to it, she answered in very like decently long answers. They weren't short and quick, actually. Because I kind of went back. Now, if I could take back probably a few things is, I need to get to the point faster sometimes. It's because, always in my life, I have a habit of over explaining and stuff like that. So as I was listening to my own self, I was like, oh shit, you just long-winded that freaking answer, didn't you, Sonny? And so hence why, like I said, if I had to do a retake on that, definitely I would, try to take away some of my long-winded talking. But I felt like Jennifer's answers, as I was listening to them, I gave her the time to answer it till she was finished. And I thought that they weren't that quick, actually. Some of them, but I thought for the most part, no. Like actually, I liked her answers, like that they were not just short and done. A couple were perhaps, to your liking.
I think for me is my brain works. I think our brains work very similarly. And it's like she would say something and that would bring something else in my mind. And I'm like, okay, keep going on this point. But she would only answer the question that you ask. And I'm like, yeah, but that just gave me another question. So keep going.
And that was kind of my issue is, again, in my head, I'm thinking about time. And I want to stay focused to what I know that I have planned and have ready to ask her about and to talk about. And, quite a bit of it that I wanted to got through. But when she would say something too, that would raise another question. And And again, I'm kind of looking at time. And then next thing you know, there's a couple times in that live where I went to go say something. I had it exactly in my head. Then all of a sudden, because I was too busy trying to think of a couple other things that I wanted to ask her, then I literally forgot the thing I was just about to ask her because my brain is on overload of all the things that are running through my head. Because, yeah, like I could, I don't want to say kick myself, but I could, because I can always, ask her another time to come back and join a live. But like the thud thing to me was a huge thing in the telephone call. And yeah, I didn't get that in. Um, and like there was a few things that I would have liked to got in, but sometimes it's like I said, what you have in your head and how it goes to schedule is not always what happens. And then to sit there and try to put up people's comments as I'm doing the live as well. But I honestly couldn't really overly pay attention to what the comments were saying in there. And I do usually like to implement those more, and bring in that. But honestly, I was, like I said, just on overload. I'm looking at the time. It ended up being that she did stay, for basically almost an hour longer, and still there was still more that I wish I could have got in there. And probably Kelly, yeah, if I would have probably, I thought I was doing an okay job myself at, like I'll say something, talk about whatever. Because my voice counts too a little bit. And because it's not like Jennifer's not got her own channel or she's not been on many other YouTubers' channels. It wasn't like this was one of those things where you don't see her talking about the Sebastian Rogers case all the time. I'm sure that some of these questions were definitely asked on another channel. But in saying that, yeah, like I said, for me it was really truly an honor to have Jennifer on the live because I do appreciate her insight and I do respect her as a kind of like a powerhouse female in a sense, you know. She just kind of speaks her truth. She's accomplished a lot, and yet she's very grounded and like I said, because there's so many egotistical YouTubers and stuff out there that aren't an FBI agent, aren't on News Nations and all this, and yet somehow they get these big egos themselves just because they think that they're this big influencer or that all of a sudden they're somebody really important because they have this many subscribers. Someone like Jennifer to me that oozes. I'm probably answering this answer too long too, but she just oozes somebody that, like I said, she just, whether you're a YouTuber, whether you're a news station, she gives her time. She doesn't think about it. It's just, I'm sure she determines stuff, Melissa, like, if they're a really crappy channel and stuff like that. But I think that Jennifer is very grounded myself.
One thing people have to realize, though, Sonny, and I don't know if this is going to come out right, so I apologize if I offend you or anybody else. Your last live was not your normal live. It was not a let's talk through the case, let's try to figure it out, yada yada, right? It was, you had somebody who was very knowledgeable on this case and has a very large, extensive background that could come on and talk. And it's not where you need to put up the comments and stuff. It was more of a ask questions, answer, ask questions, answer. It wasn't so much about everybody else. Normally you are always in the comments and you're putting up comments, but for that live, it was very important, I felt, and I might be wrong, other people might disagree, but for me, it felt like it was information that needed to get out. It wasn't a let's sit and chit chat about a case. It was let's get the facts out there. Let's get what you know out there. Not, well, what does so-and-so in the chat say? It was more of an informational
yes
live than your typical let's discuss it type live. And I'm not saying your lives aren't informational because they are. It was just a different format for that live, which I appreciated.
Yes. So to me, Jennifer is kind of like me, us for the channel. Like, honestly, we just want to give you guys the facts of a case and the proper information. And so when it came to the timestamp of that, you know, like I said, Jennifer, she can ask Nick, ask Seth, for her own self. And then, like I said, let me know, because that's exactly what has I seen it. But yes, I wanted it just to be about the facts and things that were said and what her thought was on that stuff, versus just a more casual type live, in a sense. And it's just because, for me, Ben had said, Sunny, is that the best guest you've ever had on the show? You know, I think that Ken as well, that when he was on the show, and Jennifer, I don't overly have a lot of guests on the show, but I will say that Jennifer Coffindaffer, if there was one of the people out of any of the other kind of people within that do cases and that, um, Sunny Slaughter is another person that I really like. But Jennifer Coffindaffer was always definitely someone that, if I was going to reach out, it was going to be to Jennifer Coffindaffer. So I will say she is definitely one of my favorite guests we've had. And I was super excited. And I did get a little bit nervous because it was more that I was tired and I was panicking that I had my videos right and everything in a row. Because again, I didn't want it to be loosey goosey. I just wanted to kind of go from this to this to this, in a sense. But yeah, so I would still probably take back some of my answering. Um, but in my head, and I did write, see, you guys, I am not, I am not a jot down notes type of person. I wrote down a couple of things on pencil the other day or yesterday. And honestly, I'm just not one of those people. Like I told Jennifer before the live, I'm just an organic person, really. I just like to talk about things as they happen, as we're having a discussion, but yet that I have things that I would love to ask her about and show her and get her thoughts on and stuff like that. So, but probably had I had that thump on this piece of paper, I would have, because you know how important that one was to me. The thump, the
It's
thump
like
in the
the thump.
paper.
But besides the thump, the other main thing I wish you would have asked her, or that she would have answered, on
Yeah,
her own,
and what's it?
was Chris Proudfoot's truck connecting to their Wi-Fi when he come home. Because he said in that one that, and you guys went into it a little bit, but it brought up so many more questions, was, okay, he's been gone since, let's say, the 1st of February. But then he said he seen Sebastian when he got home, but he come home because Sebastian was missing. So if you came home because Sebastian was missing, how did you see him when you came home? Like that, and that was
Yeah,
one of those, she answered something and that was another question that came up. And I'm like, that's one of the ones I was screaming, go further into it,
yeah, but
and it wasn't like an on you, it was an on her thing. I wanted her to go further into the, well, how did he see him when he come home, if he come home when he was missing?
right. Well, and so like I said, and it was because really, so I don't know much about the whole Wi-Fi and the connecting to the truck thing, to be honest with you. I've heard of it, but I don't really know exactly what that was fully about. So whenever I'm not fully confident in something that I'm not really overly have looked into, I don't really talk about those things. So I wasn't really familiar with the connecting to the truck thing. So actually, if you can even just explain that one better to me.
Okay, so I don't have all the details, so pardon me, guys. One of the live that you showed that Chris was on with
And 1 second here. 1 second.
Said on a
one
Nancy.
guy.
Okay. Go
Yes,
ahead.
this one. Okay, with Elevated Truth. he got on there and he was basically throwing a fit because they had brought up his truck connected to the Wi-Fi, and he said it didn't connect to the Wi-Fi until the 26th. They were trying to question whether it was the 25th, stuff like that. And it's like, my car, my new one that I got, it will connect to like my phone.
Yeah.
It will connect to the Wi-Fi at my house. So what they were basically saying in there, and Elevated Truth, I'm sorry if I misquote anything here because it's been a while since I watched that live, was they were trying to figure out, well, if you weren't home, why did law enforcement or whoever they got the information from, why are they saying that your truck connected to the Wi-Fi a full 24 hours before you claim you were home? Because they're saying that his truck connected to the Wi-Fi the night that Sebastian went missing, not the next day. So you have to be within a certain area. So my car isn't going to connect to my home Wi-Fi if I'm, too far away from my house.
Yeah.
So for his truck to connect to his Wi-Fi, he had to be relatively within, I don't know for sure, but I would say a couple 100 feet of the home.
Right.
So that was something that I wish she would have went into with that one, because it puts his timeline. And again, it goes back to, he said that he hadn't been home.
Right.
In other lives, I think it was Nancy Grace, he said he'd been home twice in February before this happened. But then he's saying he's seen Sebastian when he come home, but my understanding was he didn't come home until after Sebastian was missing.
Right.
So that contradicts, but yet you being home, connecting to the Wi-Fi 24 hours before you say you came home.
Right.
I think that was a slip, because
yeah, and that's why when I was playing this clip, okay, so first thing first about this, I think it's the most ridiculous thing whenever Christopher Proudfoot says that I can't tell you the date that I left. Honestly, in what world or planet does somebody talk about everything from spanking Sebastian to taking the snakes away to giving out tons of personal information, and then lo and behold, some date at the beginning of February, which again, Christopher Proudfoot, being Christopher Proudfoot, forgets what he says, because that's what happens when you're not telling the truth, or you're trying to hide something, and yet that's exactly, well, why did Christopher Proudfoot say that he hadn't seen Sebastian, and basically that he left on the 1st, until he came home? Okay, but that Katie said that he left February 1st, that he was at home February 1st. And then she makes that comment at the end there where she says, and then he seen Sebastian when he came home, right? So because they're trying to pull out some of this information, but I don't know enough about that Wi-Fi thing to talk about it. So I personally wouldn't have brought that up unless she did. But anyways, so again, right, is that guilty knowledge? Or is it, either it is or it isn't. But it's so ridiculous to me whenever he states, well, that Ali basically told me that I'm not to give out those details about when I left. Why not? Why not? Like literally, why not? What could possibly be in connection with the Sebastian Rogers case that you can't say when you left at the early, February? It's the most preponderous, stupidest thing I've ever heard, considering how much information he has given beyond that. Like, doesn't that just strike you as stupid? When he
Well,
says
it does. And one thing she said that resonated with me, and it's not that I didn't think of it, I just didn't have it in that perspective. because I kept going, why does he keep saying, well, law enforcement is saying not to answer this? And I actually put it in the chat, but I fully understand not being able to put it up and ask the questions because you're in a headspace of wanting to get the information out there. One of the things I wanted to yell at her, and not in a mean way, I just say that because I'm over here yelling at my computer, was she is so right. Anytime he is pressed, if there is a subject, whether it's connecting to the Wi-Fi or the truck, anything, his go-to when he doesn't want to answer the question is, well, law enforcement has told us not to say yada yada, or law enforcement doesn't want that information out there. And that is his way of shutting down the questions. And it's like, that makes so much sense. She is so right, because that is what he's done. When he doesn't want to answer a question, all of a sudden it's, well, law enforcement told me not to put that out there. And I'm sitting here going, you liar.
Or same with the polygraph test.
Yeah, and I was like, I never thought of it, and I just wanted to yell at her, yes, you're so right, thank you. Because it makes sense now why he does that. And she is so right. If you go back and you look at the videos, anytime he's pressed for an answer that he doesn't want to give or he doesn't want to go into, his go-to answer is, law enforcement has told me not to talk about that. And it's like, no, they didn't. You're full of shit.
I know. And that's what it is like, to me, that has got to be the biggest crock of shit, that at least telling you that you're not allowed to give out that information. Oh, wait, you idiot. You already gave out that information, but you forgot because, again, and this is what I like about Deception Detective. I really like this guy, to be honest with you. I think he does a really good job. And why is it that the people that are, whether they're a profiler typically or Deception Detective here, or the Lore Lodge, why do all these other people feel? Okay, I'm not talking about your off the chart YouTubers that freaking are the wackadoodles. I'm talking about that these level-headed thinking people that are looking at the case for what it is and what's in the forefront and what's being said. Why is it that each of them all believe that Christopher, Proudfoot, and Katie are basically lying? That they're being deceptive, that they're not telling the truth. And I agree with that. I'm one of those ones like, okay, and it's not like it's written in stone, because for all we know, Katie and Christopher Proudfoot might have absolutely nothing to do with Sebastian's disappearance, even though, Sebastian, if he left home with a third party, or if he had left home on himself, obviously there's reasons for that in the house. And I totally agreed with Jennifer Coffindaffer, because I thought the same, like we talked about. I don't think Chris Proudfoot is this, very doting stepdad over Sebastian Rogers. So I know it came out of Donna Serafina's mouth, but again, their marriage was on the rocks. He was tired of dealing with Sebastian stuff, Katie's stuff, probably, maybe, perhaps the drinky and probably depressing, meaning it was on the rocks. And then all of a sudden, right, it's kind of like now all of a sudden it feels like it's a kumbaya thing a little bit, as if, but I totally agree to, like, said with Jennifer, that Christopher Proudfoot did not like Sebastian. And I don't think Sebastian liked Christopher Proudfoot at all, and if Christopher Proudfoot, the way that he speaks, when he speaks, right, again, very unlikable personality, besides to the people that, basically,
the ones that kissed his ass.
Yeah, the one that kisses his ass. But honestly, if that's the way, because it's no different than that idiot that came in here and said something about my hair. Like, if that's your life, if that's such a miserable personality that you have, so that's how I see with Christopher Proudfoot. If you're projecting this to us, what are you doing inside the darkness and secrets of your home? How are you projecting that same arrogant, kind of like, like I said, like almost like a Nazi personality, a drill sergeant. Just the way he has spoken about females, Christopher Proudfoot, the way just his
Was he
words.
ever in the military?
Yes.
Okay.
Now,
Because I know several military people that are like that. That are they run their household like the military. So that answers that. To answer Loxy there, it is common for people that work in construction a long way away from home not to be in the home and stay on the job site until it's done, or only come home for a day or 2 days. That's not, that's not uncommon. What we're getting at is he is saying that he wasn't there, and then all of a sudden he was saying he seen Sebastian when he got home,
or Kate,
but he supposedly also didn't come home until Sebastian was missing.
yeah.
So we're not doubting that he was at work. It's
Well, he was at work at some point, but it's really, and again, I'll just play this clip again quickly, okay? For anyone that wanted to hear it again from the first live or hadn't heard it yet. Let me play this.
Grace showed that you were last in the house at the beginning of February, but that you couldn't say why, or I can't remember the exact
I said I
verbiage.
couldn't tell you the exact date, and I'm still not going to tell you the exact date.
If I guessed it, would you tell me?
Once again, ma'am, I'm sorry, but that is one thing that law enforcement asked not to be released.
Oh, interesting. Okay.
And I said that in an interview a long time ago.
Mm-hmm.
Law enforcement does not want that information out there. I am not releasing it. It's just know the last time I saw Sebastian was early February until I came home February 26th. That's all I can tell you.
Okay.
Yeah. And I know you probably have been asked this on several channels. Y'all have been on several channels. Is there a reason that Chris hasn't seen him since? I know it had to do with the work, but why did he say he hadn't seen Sebastian since the 1st of February?
Because that's the truth. He hadn't seen him since the beginning of February.
I mean, is there a reason for that?
He's working 3.5 hours away. He don't come home after work.
So was he, I mean, and I'm just wondering, was he gone for 3 weeks or 2.5 weeks or something like that?
He'd been gone since the beginning of February was the last time he was actually home. Christopher was actually home. And yes, he did see Sebastian when he come home.
Well, see, so exactly, right? So that is either that is a misspeak, unintentional, but she said, so Christopher Proudfoot is home. He's home before he leaves February 1st. So that secret confidential information that he can't tell anybody about when he left, like I said, Smiley's World says, so why did Christopher Proudfoot, say that he left February 1st? Right? So he forgets.
Exactly. It's like they contradicted themselves within seconds.
Right. And so when, even my husband, when I played it to my husband's like, oh yeah, that's definitely, shady listening to that, because obviously he couldn't see Sebastian if the next time he came home, Sebastian's disappeared. And that was the point of that particular clip, is that you say that, so he's already home for February 1st, because February 1st is when he leaves. And then she says, and then she saw Sebastian, or that he saw Sebastian when he came home. Exactly. So what date truly was that? And is that why he's covering up this so-called can't tell you about when I left stuff? And that's what makes your head spin with Christopher Proudfoot, besides the unlikability of when he talks, because he's just so arrogant, and he'll say I already know I'm an asshole, and yeah, I agree 100% to that for sure, but it's like he's so talks about himself like in here, right? And I'm not going to tell anybody what the date was because I was told by LE not to whatever.
But yet in another interview, they're like, well, he's seen Sebastian. Well, it
Right.
can't be both ways. Pick a story and stick to it, because it can't be you didn't see him at all and then you seen him when you come home, but you came home after he was missing. It doesn't make any sense. And like Sharon said, and I seen it in your last live too, I'm not sure about all this because there's just too much information for me to retain right now with everything else going on. But there was a meeting with all three parents, with teachers. Is that true? They said that in your last live too. They said, somebody said, and it may have been Sharon, I don't know, somebody else said, but there was a parent teacher thing where the parents were there, and now she's saying it a second. I'm seeing it for a second time. So did they have a parent teacher?
You know, the only thing I ever remember about the whole teacher thing was that that they had talked to the teachers or whatever. I never CP side, it never happened, but I don't know enough about it to comment on that one, to be honest with you. I just remember something a while back about something about talking to the teachers, but I don't recall the whole, circumstances beyond that conversation, to be honest. So again, unless it came out of Katie Proudfoot's, Christopher Proudfoot's mouth, other than that, everything else becomes less credible, like besides the LE and the FBI and all that stuff. Top there, Katie and Chris, regardless if they're telling the truth or not, right? Now, I have never been on the radar of Seth, and I never will be on the radar of Seth. There's nothing there to me that ever insinuates that Seth had anything to do with his son's disappearance. He does exactly what would be expected of a child that goes missing versus the Proudfoots, which have honestly, they have shown weirdness, strangeness, and the mix of the lies with the polygraph test and saying that you can't talk about this. They're talking about the phone call to the sheriff's office inside the house was said.
Yet another contradiction.
Ride, and it's things like that that I always, like I said, all of us, right? No, but the thing is that it got to the point where Christopher Proudfoot was hopping on so many lives, and they were all like, some of them were 7 hours long, 13 hours long. There was the live they did, and I can't remember, it was like on Terry Lynn's channel, where I remember, I think that Terry Lynn played the clip where he's going off on, I think it was the dog handler, the private investigator, and basically calling her a B and a F that B and stuff like that. I mean, the guy has no respect for females. He doesn't. And like, just listening to him talk. And then there was, like I said, the live where Katie and Chris are talking about Sebastian as if he's right around them, still alive, and they're having a campfire and drinking some drinks or something. And, like, hey, yeah, let's oh yeah, Sebastian stuff. But it's always been so ridiculous to me that during most of these lives that there's points where they say, usually when it's brought up by the interviewer, or that, if you want to say something to Sebastian, like, what would you say if he was watching right now? But it's not like Christopher says, you know what? This stuff is all off topic. We are here to focus on Sebastian and the information that could possibly help in locating Sebastian. It's not like they're running around doing that. They are definitely not doing that. They might say, if you know anything, please. But, there's a huge difference between Seth going around to lives and saying, you know what, we need your help, please. If you can offer help, and the At Night team and that, and Nick's team and with Dog there, asking for information or people to, join in searches. Why is it that outsiders seem to be doing more than the Proudfoots? That is not normal to me, right? Like, meaning, I know that people have different reactions to things, and people can handle things, like Jennifer Coffindaffer had said with regards to Caleb Harris's case, right? The dad was more upfront out, whereas the mother was more, like behind the scenes of it all. But again, it's not one thing here. We're talking about multiple things from the get-go of Katie Proudfoot and Christopher Proudfoot. You can't even think straight because he double talks and he's always on the defensive of trying to justify, if he doesn't like something Seth said, remember when he came up on Web Sleuths and, and then that started getting a little bit out of hand and whatever. But Christopher is always so worried about what people seem to think about him or what they're saying. It's not, the forefront isn't, you guys, let's just focus on Sebastian and none of this other drama nonsense. He doesn't do that. He participates in the drama and the nonsense and stuff like that, So, I mean, to me, it's like, if it walks like a duck, quacks like a duck, there has to be something there. So many people, including the deception detective, and the Lore Lodge and, other very credible, people that are been following the case, and they see deception and that coming from the Proudfoots, don't you think that there's probably, because there's a ring of truth to that, and that it's not just us making this up in thin air, it's because what you're seeing is very odd for parents to do, don't you think?
I fully agree. Seth is the typical what you would expect from a parent who has a missing child. He's out there, he's begging for information. He's keeping his son's name out there. He's not making it about him. And when people try to make it about him and Chris and even Katie, he tries to circle it back around to, this is not about us as parents. This is about Sebastian.
He always does that.
The Proudfoots, in my opinion, don't do that. They just don't. And something that Jen said, and I had thought it, but she put it so much more elegant than I could have put it, is people who are innocent stick around. People who are innocent are trying to find it and bringing, keeping it out there. They're not in the drama. They're not leaving town or change, they're just not doing that. The people that are innocent. But everything you would expect a guilty person to do is what the Proudfoots are doing. They've left. They make it about themselves. They don't, and for me, something that strikes me, and I've seen it in every live that I've watched or every recording that I've watched, when the interviewer asks Chris or Katie, if Sebastian was watching, what would you say to him right now? And they have to stop and think. And I'm sitting here going, you wouldn't stop and think. I love you, honey. Come home. Get in touch with your dad. Get in touch with me. Get in touch with law enforcement. Go somewhere safe. But they have to stop and think. And they're like, well, we love you. And
I know.
It's like this long drawn out thing. And I'm sitting here going, and I think back to when my son was missing. And it's like, I didn't have to stop and think. No.
Well, and that's just it, right? On Chronicles of Olivia, it's like, so if you had something to say, and that's just it. So those things just stand out to me, because if someone asked me that question instantly right away, I'd be going, my son, I love you so much. If you're out there, please come back home. Mommy loves you. Nope. Oh, let's see. If anyone has any information, we love you, Sebastian. Let me think. Oh yeah, what else? But honestly, when you're watching that, it just makes me cringe, because I'm thinking to myself how I would answer that. Now, just quickly to veer off for a second here. Twinkle says, hello, Miss Shame. Doesn't that just sound so wrong? I have a question, please. Is there a Canadian true crime mafia? Thanks. I'm not really sure what you mean by that. Like, so I'm Canadian, if anyone doesn't know. I'm from Vancouver area in Canada over here. to be honest with you, Charmaine's the person that would be able to answer that. But I'm not sure what she means by is there a true crime? Is there a Canadian true crime mafia?
I don't know, but I will
on
forever
the
call
internet?
you Miss Shame now.
I know it is like, the word it's a crime and shame, and then it's just like, so what are we gonna call ours? You know how people like JLR's army, well, what are you gonna call ourselves? The shamers? It sounds so ridiculous.
We're the
You know?
Shame crew.
Yeah, the shame crew. Are there any crimes in Canada? Kiss my ass says, are there any crimes in Canada? No, not at all. 0% over here. We're perfect.
But something that gets me too, when these interviewers ask Chris and Katie, not about if they would say something to Sebastian if he was watching. Another thing I would expect for them to just roll off the tongue is, if you have any information, contact so and so. Give out the numbers, give out the Crime Stoppers, give out all that information. Seth has done it, but they don't. They hem haul, as my grandma used to say. They're like, well, it's like, give out, call Crime Stoppers,
I know, I don't. Yeah.
You know what I mean?
Yeah. And Krista, it's not that you posted anything, it's just because of your periods, right? It will deem it as that you're trying to post a link if you don't use your punctuation properly for Streamlabs there. I don't know anything about this myself. Do you? About the hot dog guy that T-Rev had brought in some hot dogs to Sebastian's vigil. And Twinkle says, I heard people got sick from the hot dog guy. Didn't people get sick from the vigil? I don't know anything about that. Do you?
I don't know anything about that, but I will say, as far as the vigil, my understanding is Chris and Katie weren't there. And something you said the other day, I think maybe Alexa said it, I don't know. Somebody said it, was, why hold a vigil for somebody who's missing? That's something you do for somebody who's gone. And I disagree.
Who
I
said
disagree.
That?
I forget who said it. It was a couple lives back. I'd have to go back and
I totally disagree to that as well.
Because a vigil is a bring home safe. It's a time to get together and pray and hope for the best and discuss. It's not necessarily, oh, they're gone, let's have like a funeral type vigil.
Yeah.
And so I don't remember who said it. I might have to go back and look.
Either way,
I don't remember exactly who it was.
It's an odd way.
But it was like, no, I mean, a lot of people hold vigils for missing people.
Yeah.
It's like a show of solidarity.
Yeah, exactly. And that's exactly what it is. And sorry, Kristen, no, what I said was, so like if you type a sentence and then you put a dot and you don't put a space and then you start typing another word, stuff like that, it will deem it that you're trying to post a link. So basically Streamlabs is very picky, especially on dots, that basically if the punctuation isn't proper with where the period is, and then you type another word, it's going to deem it like you're trying to do a www dot, it's a crimeshame.com type of thing, and it will consider it that you're trying to do a link. So
on that note, your last live, I had to laugh. I told Streamlabs to calm the hell down.
Yeah.
I forget who posted it, but somebody posted, Sebastian's been missing for so long, and the list of stuff. And it told them to stop trying to post links, and I'm like, Streamlabs, calm down. There wasn't anything wrong with that post.
All right. Now, just quickly, because I do want to play this again. Let me start it from, you know what? And only because I need to go get a drink anyway. But I'm going to play this and I can still hear it. And so this is the one, you guys, it's going to be again, because I think that there's still a lot to be said, possibly, between Sebastian's last day and the fact that the relationship between Katie, according to Seth. Now, again, you can take it with a grain of salt or whichever you like, but Seth did do a reading with Donna Serafina, and Donna Serafina's, talking about a few things from that reading that Seth had done with her but one of them that I thought was very key, and like, or possibly key, okay, is the fact of the relationship that is dissolving, and yet you don't ever hear Katie in that mention that in the thing. But so I'm just grateful that that Seth is kind of like, he's really that guy that's like, you know what, you guys, I don't give a shit what you think. I'm just here to try to give you information and to let you know I'm trying to be transparent as possible, type of thing. Whereas Christopher Proudfoot acts like he's that way, but he's too busy lying in between the meantime, that's why he becomes not worthy of knowing what to believe out of his mouth. Because for that said reason, everyone's not going to want to tell you everything. Besides, and there's going to be people that are going to try to scoop up that information, through looking through different things, way back machines or whatever. But other than that, again, there's difference between, to me, that Seth is just trying to give out the information. And that's why he probably doesn't mind that Donna Serafina maybe is saying this stuff, because it's kind of like, well, if I said it, I said it type of person. I really do like his personality that way, that it's kind of like, look, I don't give a shit. I'm just trying to get people to help with Sebastian's disappearance. Thank you for everyone that helps me and stuff like that. But then he's come along these backstabbers with true crime creators along the way as well, that have, or people that have stabbed him in the back, right? Or just used him and stuff like that. So he has shown his frustrations as well, during the course of Sebastian's case. But anyways, you can take this with a grain of salt for whatever you want. I just think that the simple fact is that the relationship was on the rocks. And anyways, I'll just play this part out and I'll be right back.
Did you forget to change it? Yeah, I will now forever call Sunny Mrs. Shame, because that's funny. I like that. Well, since she forgot to hit play, I guess I'll talk.
Wait, what?
You forgot to hit play. It's just stuck on smileys.
Wait, hold on. I'm so sorry. I'm so sorry. Oh my God. You guys, I was too busy watching it myself that I totally forgot to share the screen with you guys. My bad. I was like, Melissa, I was like, what's that voice that's coming through? And then I realized it was you.
Well, I didn't want you to have dead air.
Anyways, so hold on a second. So my bad. I'm so sorry. Sometimes I do that. I forget, it's like I'm looking at the screen and I'm like watching it. I go to it because I have to share it. And then I'm hit play and I didn't realize that I was just giving you guys a bunch of dead air there. My bad. So sorry. Anyways.
I figured talk so you didn't have dead air.
Yeah. Sorry about that. Okay, let's play this again.
Mood swings, and even before he said that, I asked if she was bipolar, because I was just getting these vibes, and he said that she's never been diagnosed with that, but her sister has. So if it does run in families, and he was saying she does have severe mood swings, and that he had been like fully sleeping on multiple occasions where she actually attacked him, according to Seth. And yeah, so that she did have a history of violence as well. So the stepfather, it sounds like from the chatter, has a history of violence. And according to the bio dad, the stepmother also has a history of violence.
That's
and yeah, and he said that while they were married, she really couldn't deal with Sebastian very well. Now, remember, everything I'm saying is from his perspective, and that's what he's saying, but that she couldn't really deal with the extra complexities of having an autistic child.
Okay.
Because you are doing a lot of giving, and anytime you have a disabled child, it's more work. You spend more time, and they have special needs. That's why they're called special needs, right?
Yeah.
And so, according to the stepfather, she also would drink to excess to the point where, like, she urinate right in their bedroom. He said, like, literally get that wasted and be very violent when she was that wasted.
Wow.
So, let's see. He also said, like I told you, so I had said I saw a little scuffle. Like, I didn't see a conspiracy to commit murder. Like, not like a plan thing, like, let's get rid of this kid. More like what Seth told me was that the stepfather, is that Chris, the stepfather?
Yes.
That Chris had told him a couple months ago that their marriage was on the rocks, that he no longer wanted to deal with the problems of Sebastian and the problems of his ex-wife and his own problems. Like, he was done, and that their marriage might be ending. So Seth has come out publicly and said that Sebastian was due to come live with him. But if you're talking about pressure in the marriage that could contribute to somebody losing their temper, and then, like you said, she, according to Seth, she's trained martial arts, extensively. So she has the ability to cause damage. According to Seth, she's very quick-tempered and has mood swings. Now, I don't know if still alcohol or later, but this marriage has only been going on a couple of years. And if I'm hearing Seth correctly, this guy from Tennessee, she met him, they got married, and he wanted to bring her back home to Tennessee. And Seth moved all the way to Tennessee as well because he wants to be in the life of his son. Like, he is really.
Stop it there, because the important stuff, or the stuff that I wanted you to hear from that, of course, like, meaning, if some people don't remember this interview at all, and again, it's Donna Serafina that had done a reading and talked to Seth, and basically she's just saying things that they had talked about. And so again, yes, it's coming from Donna Serafina, but yes, Seth did have a reading with her. And Donna Serafina, she doesn't go out of her way to sit there and try to misspeak either. And Sweetie Pie Low, is a great human being. She's just a beautiful aura of genuineness and caring from Sweetie Pie Low. And I remember them both from the Suzanne Morphew case. But anyways, so what did you think of, like, when you're hearing this stuff about Katie, okay, this person that kind of hides behind, but not kind of, that basically lets Christopher Proudfoot always speak, but knowing that inside a home, you never truly know what's going on, right? And there has to be some, definitely truth to that, even though this is coming from the side of, say, Seth by his information. Obviously, Katie's going to have her own side, to it as well. So there's always like three sides to a coin, basically. What do you think about this stuff that we're hearing about Katie and her temperament, about her drinking, about the fact of that this marriage was on the rocks and that he didn't want to deal with Sebastian and Katie's problems, and he had his own stuff going on, like with his daughter and da-da-da-da-da. What do you think about this? Thanks,
I think she hit the nail on the head a lot, for me, because, like, let's start with the martial arts. She portrays being a weak woman and letting Chris talk for her, and she's weak. But there's been a couple interviews, one in particular, where she was in the background yelling. It's like, she's not this weak person that she wants to portray. And so I think that was important. I think the fact that she could possibly be bipolar is very important as well, because, like I said, I think that, in my opinion, she lost it with him. And if she is bipolar, whether it's diagnosed or not, if she is, then having your husband tell you, look, I can't deal with it anymore. I'm dealing with my ex-wife. I'm dealing with my daughter. Your son is causing issues in this relationship because he doesn't respect me. Those are all triggers that could possibly have led up to what happened eventually to Sebastian. So I think she hit the nail on the head a lot. She did misspeak a couple times when she said that Katie was the stepmom, but
Yeah.
again, you go back to you're on information overload.
Yeah, because
It's
she
not
wasn't
that she did it intentionally.
yeah. Like, meaning, like, even then she had kind of said, like, and what's the stepdad's name? And she said Chris, and she, okay, like, whatever, you know. And then she had said that man. So it's not like she was really like in depth into this. But a lot of people, I think, had suggested or had asked Donna Serafina to give Seth a reading if he wanted one and stuff like that. But she wasn't in like as knew about this case like Sweetie Pie Low did in a sense. So like I said, she kind of comes from a place, Donna Serafina, sometimes of, like I said, she's doing something, not necessarily that because she was following the case, but it was because it was, you know, people were kept asking her like, hey, you know, can you do a reading for dad, for Seth, and you know, maybe you know, give some information. And as well with that, they're obviously having probably a personal conversation, you know, about about Katie and the relationship and the different things going on, you know, with that. But you know, it struck me something that I totally wanted to ask Jennifer about, because one thing that really bothers Seth, Melissa, is that when Seth arrived there, Katie shoved her phone in his face and said, see, Sebastian's happy here. Like, or see, Sebastian was having a good day, something like that. And it threw him off, he said, because it's like, okay, so our son's missing, but why are you shoving a phone in my face right away to tell me that he was having a good day? You
That's a
know,
guilty conscience for
right?
me.
That's a
You
guilty
know,
conscience
he's
to me
like,
too.
look, you know,
What
he
do
was
you
having,
guys
you
think
know,
in chat?
why? Because you did something to him and you thought in your head that Seth was going to instantly blame you. And she was trying to me, it was a sign of a guilty conscience to do that. But
You
that's
know,
in my opinion as well.
that's in my opinion too. What do you guys think in chat about that? Because that really stands out to Seth, and I noticed that because, you know, he just couldn't understand what Sebastian missing had anything to do with her shoving the phone, and you could just see he just kept saying that, you know, she shoved the phone in my face. Like, what did that? And to me too, that to me is a sign of guilty conscience, which reminds me, you guys, and again, I apologize. I did a poll last live and I asked you what happened to Sebastian Rogers. I said, and it was third party involvement, family. Uh, what was the other one? Well, there was four. The fourth one was basically like, this case makes my brain hurt.
Left
But
on his own was another
what
one.
was it left? Yeah, left on his own accord. I put okay. So I just wanted to say that I would say I think it was about 76% that felt like there was family involvement. That was what the poll from you guys that were in the live with the Jennifer Coffindaffer. But again, I totally forgot to go back to that. I apologize for that. But that was one of the things I wanted to ask Jennifer about. You know, again, so many things were going through my head and trying to look at time and stuff like that and trying to get my things in. But that, yeah, because that's what I wanted to know what Jennifer thought. Like, did you feel like this would be guilty conscience? Because it struck Seth as odd, that would strike me as odd too. If somebody, when I first come there and they're basically shoving their phone in my face saying guilty, you know, like a guilty conscience, like, so yeah, so our kid's missing and you just want to keep proving to me that, look, he was having a good day. What aren't you telling us, Katie? What truly are you not telling us about Sebastian's life at home, Chris and Katie for that matter? because that's what it feels like to me. Like, for me personally, and again, you guys put your own thoughts, but I keep getting this feeling that that here, you have Seth, who's more lenient with Sebastian, of course, right? And then you have this drill sergeant, is what's going through my head, of a father who doesn't really like you and does all these mean things. I'm looking from it from a child perspective here. And you got this mother that's probably more times are not depressed, perhaps drinking, probably arguments going on for sure. Because obviously, if their marriage is on the rocks and about to dissolve, like, and this is where I am thinking, like, did Katie herself had something to do with Sebastian's disappearance, and she's just feeding a story to Christopher Proudfoot, but really, because, like I said, there's cases out there where this stuff happens all the time, that the kids become a pain in the ass. And in order for the relationship to go, like, where these women put the men as a priority instead of their children. And we see this all the time. Oh, that's
But one thing,
generous. 1 second here.
Serenity 72 Super Chat. $20. You're awesome. Thank you. Emo of KPN or CP are not involved in there. The guiltiest innocent people I have ever seen. But every time I try to look a different direction, I always come back to CP and KP.
That is a great comment. Thank you so much, Serenity, for the super chat. Thank you, very much appreciated. That what do you think of that comment, Melissa? Because I think that's great.
I totally agree with that comment.
Yeah,
I don't think they could make themselves look any more guilty if they tried.
Right. I know, right? And so that's the thing. If they are innocent, they are the most guilty, innocent people. She is so spot on, or when saying that. And again, and that's, I totally agree. And I wonder if you guys agree with the same, is that every time I try to look at a direction, I keep coming back to, Katie for sure, like Katie being the one that was last with Sebastian, and CP. Now, I don't know if it's just that, again, that Katie told Christopher Proudfoot, like, oh my God, suddenly, my marriage is, going on rocks, got to get rid of Sebastian, and and you're like, oh my God, Sebastian disappeared. Oh my God, like, and internally going, like, like trying to get a relationship back on track, because a lot of times people do that, like said, put their relationship, we see this all the time, Harmony Montgomery, like on and on with these cases. But that is the truest thing, is that whenever I think about this case, I can't help but just keep coming back to the things that don't make sense. And that is between, and I want to say mostly KP here, because regardless, even the information, as far as we know, the information provided to Christopher Proudfoot, besides the stuff when he was on the phone talking with Katie, is the information that she has given him, so that's what I always keep coming back to, is how odd it is for parent, step parent to act in. Okay, I can see Christopher Proudfoot, someone that's disconnected from truly Sebastian Rogers, is how I feel about it. So I can understand, like, his disconnect from kind of trying to attempt, like, he truly cares about Sebastian Rogers, and that, like, when he comes home, the whole world's going to celebrate and kumbaya thing. Whereas I always feel that Katie is not telling the truth, that there's, or both of them, one of the two, but because the buck stops at Katie, it's Katie's version of what happened. And their version of what happened does not make sense. No one sits there and, to me, thinks, well, you know what? I'm not even going to think about an abduction or anything. I'm just going to think about what a shitty mom maybe I was and my kid took off. That's where that comes from me, is maybe that guilty knowledge of knowing that perhaps she, what was behind the closed doors, and why Sebastian left is why it was deemed by them as or her as like that he ran away type of idea. So I don't know if it's because of that more so. I don't know. What do you think?
Yeah,
Anyways,
I mean, just everything, like, to go
but
back,
thank you.
like, to a prior comment with the phone being shoved in his face, for me, if I were in Seth's shoes, that had to be out of the normal. She obviously didn't do that very often or
Right,
prior, and that's why it stood out to him as something as odd and
right.
something as weird,
Mhm.
because she doesn't do it. And then, as far as the Katie Proudfoot and Chris Proudfoot, I think that it was he's not going to leave me with a missing child, and he'll be happy that Sebastian's gone, and he's not going to leave me with all this going on. It'll help fix our marriage type deal.
Right.
But I'm like you, no matter which way I try to go or try to look at this, I always come back to Katie Proudfoot. I can't help it. All roads lead back to her. And I agree. I think that, if Chris Proudfoot didn't have anything directly involved in it, he knows the truth and he's covering for her or helped her cover it up.
Yeah.
I think it's more of a he knows the truth and isn't wanting to say it more than
Maybe.
anything.
Mhm.
But all roads lead back to her.
Yeah. And again, I just want to be, I do want to be very clear on this. Okay. They have clearly stated that there's nothing to show any foul play involvement in regards to Katie, Christopher, or Seth. Okay. Now that's something that they have said, but in saying that, and this is another thing I meant to ask Jennifer, because I totally feel that they are clueless when it comes to Sebastian case. And that's hence why when they were talking about the flashlight video and saying it's of non-evidentiary value, and then he basically backtracks and says, well, when Nick Perez asks about, well, maybe in the future type of thing, and he's basically like, unless, maybe something, if it's something comes out in the future. Exactly. So it might be of evidentiary value at some point. And I think the thing is because they literally do not know really, or they might have an inkling, but they don't have anything to back it up, and they don't know what happened to Sebastian. But obviously something happened to Sebastian that they've deemed it as a criminal investigation, but it's kind of like one of those things, right? It's there's Katie and Christopher and Seth, like I said, there's nothing to say that any one of those did. These are just our opinions and thoughts. I always on this channel like to bring out the facts. I'm not into the drama. So for anyone new subscribing here, okay, I have no problem discussing the theories and possibilities of what happened to Sebastian. There's nothing wrong with doing that. But as for like the dramas of the channel and rumors or, a lot of third party information that just gets, spun around. He said, she said, they said, and then it comes back like people start believing this stuff because they heard it on another channel. No. Okay. We just like to talk about, for one box of the live, we like to talk about the facts as per Katie, Chris, Seth, FBI, and stuff like that. Okay. And perhaps some of this Donna Serafina stuff. But it's third party information in a sense. But we like to stick to what they've said because it's what they've said that matters the most. Okay. It's whatever has come out of Chris's mouth, Katie's mouth, Seth's mouth, Ellie's, and all that. That is where I always like to keep the focus for the facts, not just make up shit as it comes along or add shit that doesn't belong there. And the second part is, of course, we all are trying to understand what happened to Sebastian Rogers. Something happened to Sebastian, right? Something that involved it to me, like, again, the criminal investigation, is that there's foul play involved. Now, what is that foul play? We honestly are clueless. We only have speculation or theories or thoughts and stuff like that. And that stuff, again, I got no problem discussing, and everyone has their own opinions on that stuff, but Chris and Katie have always come back to the oddity of how would one handle a child that's missing, and what would you do? Knowing that people can have different reactions. But whenever you look, why is Chris making up stuff? Why is he making up stuff that he took a polygraph test and then he claimed that he didn't say that he took it? No, he did. He did, but he tried to, as if we're all stupid. He tried to say, well, like I said, I didn't say who took it. I just said, no, he specifically said that, yes, he passed the polygraph test. Okay. And back on different lives, we have the receipts.
He said it more than once.
Oh, yes, I know. So it's not like the receipts aren't there, but I'm not, like I said, those are lives ago and stuff like that, and paperwork or clippings back, whatever. But so why does somebody need to sit there and lie about that? Why do they feel the need to adjust the stories? Why was it so hard for Katie to say what happened with Sebastian that day? Like Jennifer Coffindaffer used the word guarded, like that Katie comes off guarded, right? Now, that's another, I guess, word for it if you want to use that word, guarded. But if, again, when you're talking about the day's events and you've done all these interviews now, right? Why is it that up until Chronicles of Olivia, for the most part, we really didn't have an understanding of the day's events? That of where we heard more about, okay, so I was driving with with the phone call to the 911, and that Sebastian had spaghetti pancakes, and that we went to BJ's, and niece called. We started hearing more, but it still wasn't the full version of the day, in a sense, like, and that's what I think all of us would have loved to have seen from Katie, if she wasn't hiding behind Christopher Proudfoot. Do what a mother does. Any mother that has their children and that's their life's devotion, is just being a good parent to your kids and stuff like that. Why is it so hard for Katie to literally just tell the facts about the day's events? Give the audience, give the whatever you want to call it, the people that are trying to help you understand what happened to Sebastian, give us that connection to you so that we don't feel like you're hiding, that you're giving, little bits of information. But Katie has been very hard to pull information from, and sometimes they talk about information in some of the lives, and like the little flashlight that he was carrying, you only heard it in Duchess the first time, and you never heard about it again up until, I believe, like Nancy Grace's video live, when it was brought up finally again, when Chris and they're talking about Chronicles of Olivia. So in the Duchess, why was Chris so like interjecting and saying, hey, I want to be transparent, just so you know, me and Katie were on the phone from 9:43 or 9:46 to like 11:45, is basically what he had said. But when they're sitting there and they're giving the timeline on Chronicles of Olivia, at no point did Chris interject there to say, oh, but me and my wife had been talking for a couple hours that night as well. So it's like this information kind of goes poof. The thud never came out for a few interviews about the noise. And so it's been one of those not transparent type of things from the mother. And people were getting upset. They were getting pissed, right, Melissa? Because Katie wasn't speaking herself. We kept hearing, butt fuck there. Sorry, guys. Talk instead of Katie. And, like I said, so Chris's personality came off as very strong and like he was in charge type of thing. And he was a turnoff. He became a turnoff. And the more he spoke and the more he put out information about hitting Sebastian, about taking away his snakes, about, and now this is, based on a neighbor about the retard thing and stuff like that. But, once he started talking about the things on top of his aggressive personality, oh, dude, you were just a sinking ship like the Titanic. And Katie was definitely going down with you, because she was like, remember, she's literally said, Well, I don't have a problem, right? Remember the expert martial art there and the, pissing on the bed and aggressive person towards Seth type of thing. But I don't got a problem with Christopher Proudfoot speaking for me. I don't know why other people do. Because you're the mother. Because you're the mother of the child that's missing. And you're hiding behind these stupid interviews where you're holding hands and you're saying that you're just too emotional, like you're just too emotional to talk about it. And yet I see more emotion, and I'm sorry I'm running on here, but I see more emotion coming out of Seth in just, in his lives where he wants to tear up and cry all the time. And he wants to be the forefront of bringing awareness and attention to Sebastian Rogers' case. I cannot say the same for the Proudfoots whatsoever. Honestly, it's not because I'm choosing just in my brain to go, you know what, I just want to make these out to be the villains here. No, it's because actions speak louder than these words, and the words when they speak are, here, said there, lies, this, that, and you can't. It's how do you sit there and relate to and want to be on their side if they can't be consistent in their stories? Katie's not speaking up. They're taking pictures off their vehicles. Blah blah blah. Anyways, I digress. Your thoughts there, Melissa? Go ahead.
I agree. She just, there's something about her. Like, I've been putting a couple things in back chat so I don't forget to say them. But in my opinion, it's like law enforcement is giving Katie the rope, hoping that she's going to hang herself because I think they think she did it or that she knows more. And so it's like they're giving her the room kind of to hang herself. But in one of the clips that you played when Jennifer Coffindaffer was up here and the Proudfoots were sitting there talking. I don't know exactly which question it was, but they had asked her something and she was explaining and talking. And all of a sudden, Chris Proudfoot kind of coughed and was like, to me, it seemed more like it was a sign of, hey, you're off script. You're gonna entrap yourself. Shut up. Type of it was a warning. And I've lived with a narcissist, and that's, things he would do. He would make hand signals or motions or cough as a sign of, to me, to go back to what I was doing. And to relate Christopher Proudfoot to somebody, he reminds me of Steven Stearns. Steven Stearns was sitting behind Jen Soto when she was talking, and he was very, over her of say what I want you to say type thing. And he's very much in that same realm, only he's doing the talking. Mm-hmm. But Katie Proudfoot is the mother who let this man hurt and abuse her son and did nothing about it.
Because she was more interested in in the relationship. Exactly. I just feel, I just feel really horrible for Sebastian because in my head, I'm trying to visualize what, how Christopher treated him, and Katie, whatever emotional, depressing, issues was going on with her. Cause you all know, you don't have to keep donating, but thank you, Serenity.
Serenity 72 super chat, $10. You're awesome. Thank you. I think one huge red flag to me was when they left their house and went to Yogi Bear campground while they have a missing child. I never would have left my house.
Right. No, and again, thank you so much for the super chat, Serenity. And exactly right. These are oddities to us. Why would a mother, right? Like the difference between thinking about yourself and thinking about your child to me is very clear here when people are thinking about themselves over Sebastian, the child that's missing, right? Because what on earth? The only thing I can think why Katie would leave is because she feared all the YouTubers and people that were what they deemed as harassing them and the trolls and stuff like that, and that she didn't feel comfortable being there by herself because Christopher had to get back to work, because obviously there's still bills to pay, right? And he's not invested in Sebastian, you know, not like a typical parent should be. But again, right? What Mila said, would you be leaving the house if your only son, that you wanted to come back home and that you go up there to Yogi Bear Park and, basically ditch the house? Like, okay.
I can answer that.
Yeah, go ahead.
So, as you know, and pretty much anybody who's watched your show and has seen me knows, my son went missing for a little over a week. But when he was missing, I was so terrified to leave my home because I thought maybe he'll come here. When I went looking for my son, I would leave a note on the door. I'll be back soon, baby. I'm out looking for you. Call me. And like I went an hour away was the furthest I went away. And that wasn't for very long, but that was to track down a lead on my son. So no, I wouldn't leave my home and load up my camper and go to a campground. You don't do that. You don't leave your home when you have a missing child. You feel bad if you leave your home when you have a missing child because that child might come home and you're not there to take them in and fix whatever happened. You just don't do it.
Mm-hmm.
And, I have experience with that. And no, I wouldn't leave my home. Like I said, I felt horrible when I had to drive an hour away to track down a lead on my son. You just don't do it.
I just think that people that do these oddities, is that, again, I don't make excuses for me to, like, yes, I get it that people can act in different ways and stuff like that. But this is one of those things where you can't just take one. There's so many incidents that are so odd about how Katie and Christopher, in a sense, have handled the situation with Sebastian Rogers, and like the first one being, who would think to go on a YouTube channel that has 5K subs and think, like, who would think to do that? Just to sit there and go on to a channel, instead of the actual news and go, you know what? We're going to give this YouTuber a break and they're going to get our story, and Seth was asked to go on, but he declined because they were asked, well, not to do interviews. And then by the Simmons guy, but then Seth said, well, or then I think it was Tony that said, well, more was it suggested versus not to type of thing. But anyways, the last place I'm going to go right away is to a YouTube channel. I want every news channel there. If my child is missing, I want Fox News there. I want my local news there. I want everyone there. And I'm going to plea for people to please help locate my child. I'm not going to go sit on a YouTube channel with 5K subs and think, like, let me just put this out to the whole worldwide, on a 5K YouTube channel. It just seems so ridiculous to me that was very questionable to me that anyone would even think to do that. But okay. But the thing is, these oddities just kept happening and happening. And again, this is the difference between either knowing something or guilty knowledge that a parent, I am sorry, but any damn ass caring parent that heard a thud coming out of their child's room would put their ass off the couch, but too busy talking to Christopher Proudfoot at that time, and go check on their child. That it was just a thunk. Any child that's gone missing, I would not be taken off and going up to Yogi Bear Park and leave that home. Because why? You know full well that if you're in that situation, you are so panicked, you're so heartbroken, that you couldn't even fathom leaving your home in case your child did come back. And so it's just crazy to me. Like, I don't want to take away, because there's these people that are idiots that do think like that, don't even have, two brain cells like clicking together there. But the thing is that again, people that truly love their children, you ain't gonna move your ass from your home at all, right? And if you do, it's for selfish reasons for your own self, and it's not about the child. That's my piece of it,
But
you
let's
know.
not
And so,
forget, Sonny,
yeah,
not only is he a missing child,
well,
but he is a missing special needs
yeah,
child. This
well,
isn't like an adult or a child that's 17 years old and just didn't come home from a party. This is a 15-year-old with special needs.
yeah,
And the parents, the parent, the mother, and the step parent could have cared less. They were out to eat. They weren't posting pictures. They weren't posting flyers. They didn't go to the vigil. They can't keep their lies straight. They go, as
yeah,
you say they go on the channel with 5,000 subscribers. I'm working on the Evansdale case. I think I have 28. But the point is they didn't try to go anywhere else. It's not just that they went on that channel. They just didn't try to go anywhere else either.
yeah. And the thing is, like, now when you listen to Christopher Proudfoot, he's like, well, yeah, we just stopped going on whatever. Okay, the guy literally, honestly, turned, I'd say, half of this case into a circus act himself. And then he starts crying wolf, like, well, every time I say something, it gets twisted around and blah, blah, blah. And we can't go to anything, blah, blah, blah. Dude, you could easily go to a well-respected news channel that would love to hear the story and love to hear the timeline and not have all the drama of some of these channels that want, you know what I mean?
But they're
So,
not going to put up with his drama that he causes either.
right, but the thing is, so what do you mean you don't have places you can go to talk to people? Yes, you do. But you've chosen to make a spectacle of yourself. Like, honestly. And this case has kind of blown my mind a little bit because everyone was in Seth's corner, in a sense, because of all this tension and GoFundMe and this and that. And then people turned on Seth, and then and then all of a sudden back on Christopher Proudfoot. And then now it's kind of like you got some people in Seth's corner, some people in Christopher Proudfoot's corner type of thing, and it's really become, in a sense, in a lot of ways, a big circus act and stuff like that. But Christopher Proudfoot, he enjoys attention. He enjoys like thinking that, like they said, that he's that smart person talking in the room. When somebody is watching their words, but yet they're still a dumbass and they're still slipping up through those words, but yet they act, you can tell that they're watching their words that they're saying. And I go back to it when he kind of was talking about the polygraph test and he says, well, yes, I made that comment, but I didn't say who took the polygraph test. That's Christopher Proudfoot in a nutshell. Always trying to be that. But I, like in the recent one that deception detective was playing on his last one here. The question was asked, did you go on a vacation to, was it Oklahoma or something like that? And then Christopher Proudfoot goes, vacation? No. And I think that he said no to Oklahoma as well, but it's the way he did it, right? So although the word vacation, you think of it like, if you're going to Hawaii or you're going to have a vacation, but you can tell that he used the word vacation as an out to, in a sense, not say the truth. But yeah, so it's like, no, I wouldn't look at it like a vacation. So nope, but yet if it would have been worded differently, he would have been, like said it differently. But he plays on words like that and then uses it to try to, make it seem like a different, like Like, no, well, I mean, I told the truth because it wasn't a vacation. We might have been doing this because of Sebastian or something, but it wasn't a vacation. So, nope, he does that stuff all the time. Makes me
He
laugh.
talks in circles and thinks he sounds really smart and is saying something really big. He did
Yeah.
it several times on the elevated truth one, but he'll talk in a
Yeah.
circle and it's like you're not saying anything. You're
Yeah.
just talking in circles, but it's like in his head he thinks he's sounding really smart, and it's
I
like
know.
you
In
sound like
his
an idiot.
world. And that's why, because, like I said, Christopher Proudfoot, like I said, he's the stepfather. And honestly, he's the least person I want to hear from. If I want drama and bullshit, hey, Christopher Proudfoot, come on up here, dude. Come on. But honestly, I want to hear from Katie. I want to hear from Seth. I want to see genuineness from Katie. I want to see the genuineness from Seth, which I do, but Christopher Proudfoot, honestly, I don't even know what to say about the guy because he's such a transparent piece of glass to his personality, and he thrives on feeling like I said, that he's this talker, that he's the smartest person in the room, that he's got his one eyebrow up on you, but and he thinks he knows how to twist words or say sentences to make it seem like he's not bullshitting you. Like he's a very deceptive person. He's what I definitely would call the wolf in the sheep's clothing type of personality. My ex-husband was definitely not the big a-hole that, say, Christopher is, but he definitely was the same way in doing that, where you go in and you start something between two people and then you back off going, nothing to do with it. I had nothing to do with it. What do you mean? Oh, and then nobody would think that, almost like that he had started it, because but yet he was the one that was the procrastinator of it. And that's how I always see Christopher Proudfoot, this person that thinks that they're smarter than what they are, that they believe that they're smart, that they believe that they're being honest. But Christopher Proudfoot's he's not stupid. Yeah. I mean, he definitely knows when he's lying and bullshitting, and the portrayal of it. And it's just, honestly, I think it's just his full on narcissistic personality and arrogance. And that coming from him, is just makes me want to upchuck in my mouth a lot, when I listen to him. And I guess if I want comedy, I'll go listen to Christopher Proudfoot defend himself about a truck, or about, what people are saying, or poor them, how they're being portrayed by the public. Like I said, if I want comedy, maybe I'll watch him that way. But other than that, it's like, he just honestly is an embarrassment to Sebastian Rogers' case. And instead of making this truly about Sebastian and, promoting like Seth does about people coming to help join the search. Oh, which reminds me, that whole search thing that he did. And I think the way that At Night put it was, it's like they were doing this search as if Sebastian had been hit by a car and thrown off, and was on the side of the road somewhere. With that whole search at Christmas time. It's stuff like that is just so dude, how do you possibly stand there in front of the public out of all these months and then here, take a picture, photo op here, guys. I'm looking for Sebastian. Good photo op time. Good time to make myself look good,
Sonny, something that got me, and I'm gonna go back, digress for just a second here. Another thing that Coffin Daffer had talked about in the video that she did, but didn't mention it here, or at least not that I remember. I was in and out, but the construction was still going on while they were doing the search. What kind of evidence was possibly destroyed during that time? If construction was still going on at that site while they were doing the search for Sebastian on the other side of the construction site.
Yeah. So I think that really has to do with the fact that if Sebastian left in the night, that and the site was being worked on, he possibly could have been buried by this the sand and the gravel or whatever, and possibly had died because that got put on top of him because the site's still going. And so that's kind of what they're referring to, I think, when it comes to about like evidence, say, being destroyed, because obviously if something did happen to Sebastian in the area, and and for heaven knows that his body perhaps, or he's stuck somewhere in this and the gravel people are just doing their thing, and rocks and gravel are falling on top of him and he gets buried alive, or perhaps there was indications within the construction site showing a barefoot running through the, like, in the gravel area. I think that's what you're talking about. Is that what you mean, Melissa?
Yeah, that's exactly what I mean. I don't mean just like evidence of a crime. I'm just, maybe, there was evidence on the other side of that construction site that would have shown us, yeah, he was here. He went through here. Here's, the footprint, or here's, the flashlight he dropped, whatever. I just don't understand how you can be conducting a search and in law enforcement's mind say, yeah, we're on this side of the construction site 100 feet away. Yeah, you can keep working over there. It's of no importance. They didn't know that then.
Yeah.
So there are so many things in this case that just make me go,
and I think it's because of, as well, it's kind of like, you're not going to deem it as a crime scene if they've already perceived it to be a runaway, and then all of a sudden they realize a few days later, oops, maybe they're, after the Amber Alert, right, for missing and endangered kids and stuff like that, foul play, like, oh, okay, maybe this is maybe perhaps a crime scene, but by then all the evidence is gone, like, everything's been contaminated, and same thing with there, I know myself when I first started following this case, which was right from absolute day one, that it happened, that, I thought that this boy was going to be found that day. When he wasn't, I was like, huh, okay, so where is he? But okay, he's still going to be found. Probably about day 3 is when, definitely day 3, when I was going, something's wrong here. This kid's, should have been found already.
it was about a week for me before I went, something's not right here. Something's really bad.
What does Krista says? I can't believe she left, though. Joe dirted him. Do you know what that means? Do you know what that means, Sarah? I'm not sure what you mean on that one.
I'm sitting here trying to decipher that. Maybe she's talking about she can't believe Katie Proudfoot left, and maybe, like you said, maybe he was covered up with dirt or something.
I can't believe
the movie.
Left. Joe dirted him. Oh, the movie.
You know how long it's been since I've seen that movie? You got to be more specific.
1 second here. Chronicles. And like there's other things I wanted to say here too. I'm trying to Nick, if you're watching this, Nick the Hat, I messaged you on Twitter because I would really like to have Nick. Nick I was following from the Cavalcante case, and him and JLR were doing the boots on the ground, and it was so amazing because we wouldn't have had any of that stuff if it was not for those two. But anyway, so I wanted to reach out to Nick too, because I was like, after I got off the live with Jennifer, I'm like, hold on a second, Nick, I would like to talk with him about it, about everything that they're going on, what they're doing, yeah, I think that would be a good live too. on there. What was I going to say? There was something else I was going to say. I don't know, whatever. Anyways, it was just some things that I was going to say, what more was thinking or going to say during the last live. And
Okay, so let me ask you, Sunny, do you think it's possible something happened to Sebastian and she hid his body, and then when they left to go to Yogi Bear, that they moved him, and that's why he's not been found? Is that even I don't know. I'm just trying to, I know that takes a lot. That takes a lot of things to go just right, because I'm sure they were being trailed, but
and I don't find that such a crazy thing. But the thing is that whenever we look at Sebastian's timeline, right, that we know somewhat about, and the thing is, we only know as much as we know, and that's about it, when it comes to camera footage and stuff like that. But one of the big things has to be to look at, was there movement from Katie's vehicle? Was there movement in the neighborhood with a vehicle? And the only time spot that we know of that Katie said is when they said it in the Chronicles of Olivia, was that she went to the school, got in the vehicle, drove to the school to look for Sebastian. And that, she was gone. They were gone about 15 minutes or something like that. Now, part of that comes according to a neighbor that says that, yeah, Katie left and was gone about 10 or 15 minutes, type of thing, according to the person that has the camera. But that's, again, third party information. So it always is with a grain of salt. So I always have to myself think logically. So at what point, if Katie did do something to him then, would she have personally had time to get him into a vehicle? But it won't shock me if something comes back to that flashlight video, is where the truth perhaps lies, right there, about Sebastian Rogers, and if he was taken by a family member. I agree with Jennifer Coffindaffer, that if Sebastian Rogers' disappearance, that it's somebody that he knows, whether it's family, a teacher, but somebody that he's familiar with. So I don't want to say that that one's too far out of scope, in a sense, versus, you know what I mean? Like, I feel like it's not particularly my line of thinking, but it's not like it's implausible, and I don't find it's too far-fetched, off the beaten path of something that could have potentially happened.
Well, I only say that because I don't remember which case, but there was a case recently. The stepmom hurt the child, put the child somewhere, and did everything with the cops, and then left and went on this road trip and stopped by and got the child. And what brings me back to this is that is where I first heard that all cars, I think they said post 2000, have black boxes in them like planes do, which I didn't know, and that you can actually get the information of where that car has been. So have they checked the black boxes of the two vehicles, Katie's vehicle and Chris's vehicle? And then that brought me back to, oh, well, maybe it's like that case. Maybe they took him away, because I agree, he's not going to go with somebody that he doesn't know.
I don't think so,
You have
Mark.
to be somewhat familiar or have met that person prior. And to Mark's point, I've thought of that too. But again, it leads back to Katie Proudfoot. She was the last one with him. And something Jennifer Coffindaffer said is that he was last seen on the 26th somewhere. So do we have video of that? How do we know that that's true? Like, do we have proof of that somewhere?
Well, that's the thing, is that Jennifer Coffindaffer doesn't know the actual answer to that, but she does believe that FBI would not say that unless they had some information. So I think she might think that it possibly could have to do, the reason, like, is there maybe based around that um, flashlight video time or the garbage truck or something. There has to be something that is making them say the 26th, she believes. So if you look at Seth Rogers' shirt, it says missing since February 25th. But again, in the endangered or the Amber Alert or whatever it was there, where they said that he was last seen on the 26th on Stafford Court, that there must be some piece of information somewhere that's making them put that down, but she's not sure what it was. And I don't think so, Mark, about sex trafficking. So yeah, so you know, um, again, because because then that's exactly where Jennifer Coffindaffer, she's a retired FBI agent, but this is where she excels, right? On why, like, why would they say the 26th? They wouldn't say the 26th unless they would have probably some information. I'm sure they're not, like, I mean, you would like to think that they weren't just going off of it because Katie Proudfoot said between 12 and 6. You would think it would be because there was evidence to prove that on the 26th was the last sighting of Sebastian at some point.
What day
And
was the trash truck video? Well, that's what I'm going to call it because I have nothing else to call it. The flashlight video.
that was
What
on
day?
the morning, February 26th. Yeah, February 26th.
So maybe that's what they're going off of then. Maybe
Well, that's what I'm saying. But the thing is that the LE in that has come out saying, like, it has no evidentiary value and blah 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 blah. But maybe it does have more evidentiary value than they originally thought, or who knows. And maybe that is the reason. Sebastian disappeared. He's gone somewhere, right?
and he didn't vanish into thin air.
No, exactly. It's not like he was like a magic genie or something like that, and was like, poof, I'm out of here. Off like Aladdin I go. No, something happened to Sebastian. It's deemed as foul play, and it's either the Proudfoots or Proudfoot, one of them, had something to do with his disappearance. It's not like Sebastian left on his own accord. So it's either the Proudfoots had something to do with it, perhaps, or that, like I said, someone that Sebastian either talked to or knew came in. Now, whether that was in a way of getting rid of him, in a sense, but I mean, you keep going through all these scenarios in your head. Like, even if someone did take him, like, that was for good intentions, like, not some weird, say, teacher that freaking had psycho thoughts and said, I'm going to be the savior of Sebastian. But I just mean, if it was anything to do with a family member beyond the Proudfoots, like, there's somebody that's going to come out of the woodwork for the reward money, for, people just have a hard time keeping their mouth shut, right?
Exactly. So that's what gets me with that theory is I don't think that, okay, at first, yes, what you're saying could have been possible. Somebody took him as like a safekeeping type. I'm going to rescue this child. But I don't think it would have gone on this long without them saying, look,
Right.
your dad is really worried. Let's at least let people know you're okay.
And right, and that's exactly what I'm saying. So it's that's why the mind keeps twisting in all these different directions, because you're just trying to make sense out of what, because something happened to him, something has to make sense. So what is that sense that we're trying to figure out of what happened to Sebastian? What, what would, it's God, this case. It's so heartbreaking. First and foremost, I just want to say, to not have an answer. Imagine waking up in the morning, you as a human being, as a parent, And just to know that you absolutely have no clue. Like, even right now, as I'm saying this, I'm crying inside because the thought of a parent or a loved one waking up to know that a loved one that is missing or murdered, and you have no clue where they are. Are they 2 miles away? Are they alive? Are they dead? Oh my, like, I can't tell you how much my heart breaks for any of these cases. It's the most torturing, unthinkable thing to think of that somebody has to go through. And that's why I see that in Seth. And I'm not seeing that in the Proudfoot side of things for this. I'm not feeling that at all. But I don't know what my point was anymore after that part. Because
But
also,
I agree. I mean, I feel so bad for Seth that he has to go to sleep every night wondering where his child is.
oh, I noticed.
And then he wakes up and he's like still wondering where his child is. And,
Mhm.
as a
Yeah.
parent, you want to know that your child is safe. You want to know that your child is warm. And I know after I buried my son, I felt so bad because his casket was in the ground and there was snow on the ground. Was he warm?
Right.
And it's like I knew he was gone. But as a parent, that's what you do. And I feel so bad for Seth because I know what he's thinking. And, I just, you want to know if they're safe. You want to know if they're eating. You want to know if they're warm. You want to know if they're being taken care of. And he has to live and has lived almost a year now with the same thoughts. Where is my child? Is my child safe? Is my child eating? Is my child warm? Is my child being taken care of? Is my child hurting? Those are thoughts he doesn't get away from.
Yeah, I know.
But I
And
don't see that from the Proudfoots.
no, and that's a huge difference. I'm not trying to be a cold-hearted person at all. I am not. I'm basing my thoughts on these actions that I'm seeing um, ever since Sebastian's disappearance. Because it's not like I was sitting there ever. This channel was never saying, "Hey, Katie Proudfoot." Or Christopher Proudfoot had any involvement in this, because we don't know the answer to that, whether it's yes or no. But as time has gone on, I mean, just looking at it and seeing it, and that's exactly it for me. Is that everything I'm basing it on is what would be normal, but it's more of my heart breaks for Seth, but it doesn't break for the Proudfoots. And why is that? Right. And it's because I'm not believing the Proudfoots. I'm not believing Katie. I'm not believing these things like on Chronicles of Olivia, where she's like, well, yeah, I guess if Sebastian was listening, yeah, so if you guys, it's just not coming off as genuine. And, you know, it comes off as guilty knowledge of something to me. Uh, and honestly, like I said, with Sebastian, my point when I was talking about earlier was just simply that, you know, something happened to Sebastian is simply the bottom line of all this. And I think about Robin, Seth's mom, and remember how. So she does not like Christopher Proudfoot because she said Christopher Proudfoot was basically a hole to her right from the get go. But she had made the comment about things that Sebastian has told her, that that basically she would bring them to the LE type of idea if, I think it was almost like if Christopher Proudfoot didn't shut his trap. And it was kind of like, so what did Sebastian tell his grandma about his home life or about Christopher Proudfoot? And it just makes me very sad to think, children are just special gifts. They just are. Okay. Anyone that doesn't see children as special gifts, there's something wrong with you as a parent, because that's exactly why you would think you would have a child in the first place. But we all know that people spew out children, and it's because they were on drugs, they didn't use protection, all different things, right? Why a lot of these children are born into this world and stuff like that. But to me, children are the sweetest gift. And just, they're so innocent. And, Sebastian might have been hard to look after, and might have had his moments and stuff like that. And, versus a child that doesn't have any, say, mental health issues going on or stuff like that, but it really saddens me how Christopher Proudfoot has talked stories about him, and how Katie is saying and not doing what the actions are of what I deem as a parent that would be missing their child, truly missing their child, um, yeah.
One,
And I just,
one thing that stuck out to me, and I've got to make a point to go back and get this
I gotta go back to the
somewhere
sequence.
and find out where it was said exactly, because I remember hearing it, but I don't remember where or when.
Mhm.
But Christopher Proudfoot said that basically there's a time to grieve. You only grieve a loss, like a death. You don't grieve a missing child unless you know that child's not coming back. That statement to me,
Yeah.
that word, oh, we just got to move on because, the grieving time is over.
I
So
think
what
that
do you
was
know?
I want to say that was Cluminati. I want to think that was Cluminati when he said that.
Because that phrase to me said a lot. It was like a guilty acknowledgement, because you don't, yes, I guess you grieve a loss if you're missing your child, but their actions aren't showing the grief of a parent missing their child. It's not even showing a parent grieving the death of a child, but it's like the wording that he chose to use.
And yeah, and that, so I find that and I don't know if any of you other guys remember Christopher Proudfoot saying that, but I do too, and that stuck out. So just like it stuck out with you, it stuck out with me, because he basically had said that, like, yeah, there's a time to grieve, but life goes on, and I was just like, oh, like, that's great for a stepfather to say that, things happen, but time to move on, and I just thought, like, however he said it, I just remember going, really, like, really, like, that coming from Christopher Proudfoot though doesn't shock me, because again, I would actually have to feel like he truly cared about Sebastian. Mm-mm. Whatever he's doing,
Yeah, it doesn't shock me.
yeah.
It doesn't shock me that he said it.
Mm-mm.
It just, like you said, it stuck out because it was such a weird way to put it.
Mm-hmm. Absolutely. I want to go back to something though, because right. So when Seth Rogers had entered the home of Katie Proudfoot that day, so he said exactly what time he got off work, and when he left and when he got there, which is around 8:30ish area, and that he got the 911 text from Christopher Proudfoot, nothing to do with Katie. A couple things that did always bug me about that too. So if you're so distraught about your son missing, Katie, and say Christopher, like, obviously Christopher's in Memphis or whatever, but if he's not answering his phone, you don't think just to call the deputy, the sheriff's department in Davidson there and get hold of Seth? So instead they leave like a text message type of thing, or a voicemail or something like that. I think it was a text message, whatever it was. Either way, do you know what I mean? Like, if you're so distraught about this and whatever, Katie, that you can't, like, not only can you not be asked to call Seth yourself, but you would think that they would try to get hold of him, as through those other means that would be easy to do. But so going back to the shoes, Seth says he walks in, in the front door, he sees Sebastian's shoes there, his old tennis shoes, his new tennis shoes, and his boots that he had bought him. And so he's like, well, if he ran away, why are his shoes still here? And again, and then Katie had come up and shoved the phone in his face, saying, see, Sebastian was happy or whatever, how words similar to that. But in his eyes, it was like, wait a second, why are all these people walking around this place and my son's shoes are all here? So this kid didn't just run away and take off and leave his shoes here. So
And
it's
a
like,
kid that was known not to go outside without his
right,
shoes.
right. So like, meaning, so why wouldn't that been important in the sense of something and foul play possibly happened, right? If the shoes are there, and like I said, Seth notices them, and it's almost like that was a missed cue by Ali in that, like, hey, hello, if his shoes are here, but where's Sebastian? He's not just going to take off without his shoes, not let alone he's not an eloper, and he does, like, so why this day would, like, according to them, right, as this missing child that just took off out the front door, right? Everything that went against the grain of what Sebastian Rogers did, according to their own words, he suddenly did, right? And so, yeah, so like it was things like that. And why did they take the stuff from Seth's place, except for leave his laptop there, right? His laptop's still in the same spot. And yet they took a tablet that he never used since 2001, but they came in, they took his, PS or whatever it was, but they leave a laptop that he had used, more so than this iPad thing or whatever, or a tablet that he never used since 2001. And yet they leave that there. And Seth was upset because in discussion, basically Seth is like, look, I mean, I can't watch shit. They took my thing too. They took our phones, and I got, like, I can't even watch TV because it's off of the, the switch or whatever the heck it was, whether PS or whatever. And so that's when he had a conversation with Christopher, and Christopher says, well, Sebastian's is Xbox or whatever is still here. Like, why don't you use that? And then, and then there was something, what did Seth say? He said something about when he went to go get it or something like that. Then Christopher Proudfoot said, like, something like, sorry, I can't give it to you. And that's when, and the reason why is because 2 weeks later, that's when they went and got the Xbox or the Switch from Katie Proudfoot's home, right? But it's kind of like 2 weeks later. So it's kind of like when you think about Delphi, like all the things that you think would have happened that didn't, right? Like, why would they ransack Seth's home and Katie Proudfoot's the last one to see him? And yet they're looking more at Seth than they are at Katie and Christopher. And they don't even take, like, the devices. And he said something about that. Well, first of all, he said he had two phones. One that was the phone that he used, and another one that was just connected to Wi-Fi that he used to listen to music at nighttime, like background music or whatever and stuff like that. But so here they didn't even take, like, and I think the phones were like the second day, he said, if I'm not mistaken, that's when they took the phones to download them. I believe that was the second day, he said. But it just, like I said, I don't know. This is like things like, why wouldn't you take his laptop? Like, why? Is there something on there? Is there not? Why wouldn't you take the laptop, though? That one in itself pisses me off. Like, it's still sitting there.
Yeah, I mean, I agree. I feel like they definitely looked into Seth harder than they looked into Katie Brown, who was the last person to see him. It's like, I think the roles are reversed. And to go back to your point earlier, it's not like if you call somebody, the parent of your child, the other parent, and you're like, hey, our son's missing. Okay, well, he doesn't answer the phone, so you call back. It's still no answer. My first thought is not going to be able to send a text. My first thought is, okay, I know where he works. What's that number? And I'm calling their work. He worked for the sheriff's department. It's not like he was on a site somewhere that he couldn't, be tracked down easily.
Right. And again, and just with the inconsistencies there of that when Katie said, like, well, I heard on I heard on that same live that deception detective was talking about. One of the females on there said that they had talked to, I think, a neighbor, and they said that Katie had left a blanket and shoes out. Okay, that when Sebastian disappeared, that when she came outside screaming, that it was like a blood curdling scream, is what the person on the live said that the neighbor had said about Katie that day. And that for like a week or something after Sebastian left, that she would leave a blanket out and shoes out, for him, and I think a drink or something like that, outside. Again, that's just third hand information. I mean, obviously, if Katie had nothing to do with his disappearance and she did stuff like that, that that would be very heartbreaking to know that happened. But I just get conflicted with their whole demeanor throughout this case themselves. And again, I'm having a hard time finding this big sympathy for the Proudfoots at this time, and it's because of everything that's been projected from them, or not projected, in a sense, and how it's just, the scope of it all is just weird. It's weird, weird, weird from a normal lens angle looking in and going, okay, is this making sense to how, someone would act, what we see, what we hear? Is this how something would kind of go? And it's just not. Again, why, if you can't even say the proper thing about, that you were in the vehicle when Christopher called the sheriff, like, how do you then in another live or other lives say that you were right there in his room when Christopher was talking to you and that he picked up the phone? I mean, I literally played the clips earlier from that one again. How they say it, like, if something is consistent, like, when Katie keeps talking about how Sebastian said, "Good night, mama, good night, puppies," like, she remembers to say that all the time. So why can't they remember to say the same thing, in a sense, continuously? Why is it packed full of, well, you didn't say this in this live and this, but you said it here and you said it there, and it was like pulling teeth, in order to get any sort of timeline. And even then, my one thing, if I was to ask for something for this case, I would just like 100% transparency of everything, every detail that happened that day, with timestamps to reference back to about what you did. Because you guys, we didn't know anything about Katie doing schooling up until we heard her talk about that on Nancy Grace, right? That's what I'm talking about. I'm talking about all those details, right? And had we heard these details come out in a regular fashion, it probably wouldn't be so questionable. But like I said, we never heard of that until Nancy Grace. That apparently, so when was it that she was doing this homework again? Because obviously she's talking to Christopher Proudfoot from 9:40 whatever. So if it was before that, then she was working on her school studies. But why was that never ever brought up? It was brought up on Nancy Grace, and yet we'd never heard that part before, And that's my problem with it. Inputting stuff here, inputting a thud here, inputting information here, and it's just not right. It just doesn't come across as believable.
And if it's true that she left a blanket and stuff outside, I can fully understand that. But again, if that's true, she would have said on one of these lives or on Nancy Grace, for a week after he was gone, I'm leaving a blanket and shoes, and Sebastian, they're out there if you need them. Nothing like that was said. So I could understand leaving a blanket and shoes and a drink, food, snacks, whatever outside. I can. To me, that would make her seem more sympathetic. But she hasn't said that out of her own mouth.
No.
Which makes me think it's probably not true. Or if it is, why isn't she saying it? Because that is something I would think you would say, especially on such a large platform as Nancy Grace.
Absolutely.
That would have been where I let out the most information and said the most and pleaded the most, would have been on Nancy Grace. And they didn't.
Who's KK? KK is the kingpin. Chris, who's KK?
I think she means Katie.
That's what I'm trying to figure out there. Maybe it's just a mistype of the KK. It meant to be KP or whatever like that. Well, I just want to stop screen for a sec. I just want to play that thing about the vehicle again. Whoops, cancel one. Just a couple of the ones that I had played. Oh yeah, there's a couple things that I wanted to show as well. But let's just do this one again.
Well, that's were used. Where the F is he, I had looked through the house for him because it was typical for him to get up and come and rummage for snacks and things like that. And he likes to dip behind the, walls and watch, and then he comes out after I come back and he likes to scare me. But, after I looked, and mind you, all of this took place in like 1 minute flat. But I didn't see him in his room. I looked all over. I ran through the whole house. I looked out all the doors and windows, and I was like hollering his name. And I picked up the phone and I called my husband and I said, I can't find him. And he said, what do you mean? I said, he's not in this effing house. I can't find our son. And I jumped in my car and I drove around the neighborhood and I drove over by the school, and he's already at this point I was like hysterical and I was crying, I was screaming, and he was like three-wayed. He three-wayed.
Okay, so I kind of think what you're saying there is that once he coughed, all of a sudden she was like stammered for a second. When somebody is like, and then they kind of fumble over their words. Is that
it's like she was talking just fine. And then he coughed and she's like, what?
Yeah. And you're right about that. Right.
All you were doing was given a timeline. What did he think you were about to say? Because you were talking just fine.
Yeah. I think it's rather disgusting if she left food and blanket out for poor Sebastian because it left their home and went 3.5 hours away. I know, Amanda, right? There's a lot to be desired with this case when it comes to Katie Proudfoot, especially. But yeah, so going back to this again, and then you guys are going to listen to that part too when it comes up. When is that in here where it says where she's asked so if you had something to say about if Sebastian were watching this, is that I think that's in this clip.
I don't know if it was this. I know that they ask her in this one, but I know Vinnie Politan or one of the ones he did. He had asked her. Nancy Grace had asked her. There's been several times that she was asked, and she just.
Yeah, I'm just trying to remember if it says it here. Yeah, so we'll play this out, but I absolutely agree that is something that can catch you for sure. Is that once he coughs, all of a sudden she's like stumbles over her words, and she was speaking fluently just fine. Then that, and then all of a sudden it's like, and then he was three-way calling. Anyways, I'll just play it back out.
Law enforcement, and was telling them like our son is missing and we don't know what's going on. And he was like, go back to the house, they're on their way. And I drove back to the house. And
actually, hold on, I'll go back to that part just for people to see that part again when he coughs.
And I drove over by the school, and he's already like, at this point I was like hysterical, and I was crying, I was screaming, and he was like, three-wayed law enforcement, and was telling them like our son is missing and we don't know what's going on. And he was like, go back to the house, they're on their way. And I drove back to the house, and 20 days later we haven't found him.
06 something in the morning, wife tells me it's missing. So I will, whatever. And order to look.
My wife tells me he's missing, but whatever. What the?
This place is not there, but she's freaking out. I said, all right, well, hang tight. I'm going to call law enforcement, whatever. I called the sheriff's department. Within probably 10 minutes of the call going out, units responded. First couple units that got there, I was not there when this took place. I just happened to know because I was on the phone the whole time and heard everybody.
Okay, so again, at what point there in that last part of it did he say that Katie was in her vehicle? I called, I was talking to Katie. Like, he didn't mention that. It goes back to another interview where Katie has said that, that he had called the police there at the home. So it's, again, that stuff like that bugs me, because just like you're saying, the cough does, Melissa, right? And the way that when she represents, like, oh, hey, if Sebastian was listening, what would you say to him? And somebody that actually literally has to think about it for a second.
What got me though too with the cough, she stopped. She said he was already, and she stopped mid-sentence and then changed the sentence. And then he coughed, and she starts stuttering, basically stumbling over words. And then she's like pointing at the table like, okay, I said this, I said this, I said this. Now I need to go back to this. Like, she went 1, 2, 3, and then came back one with her fingers when she was tapping the table. And it's like little things like that. If she's telling the truth, first of all, she's not going to have to remember, oh, I said that, and I said that, and now wait a minute, I need to come back to this. Again, she's talking in a circle. And then he was already what? He was already home. He was already what? You stopped mid-sentence.
Right.
And changed it. And then he coughed. And then you just got all screwed up.
Yeah. So, well, again, it really just goes with, Melissa, like I said, so many inconsistencies in what's being said. And that's obviously what's drawn the attention, to them. And it's just because it's not coming across as believable. The inconsistencies, the actions, Christopher Proudfoot, like, he really is, to me, Christopher Proudfoot did so much harm to this case when it came to the perception of the Proudfoots in a lot of ways, because it didn't take him too long to start talking about how he had hit Sebastian, and he always had to say, it's with he had his pants on and stuff like that. And then the lies when he would talk about whatever, and it just, all of it together, right? It just doesn't ring truthful. And again, not knowing what happened to Sebastian Rogers, it's just, everything always, like someone's like Serenity said earlier, and like we all know, is, everything kind of keeps coming back to the Proudfoots and what happened to him. So I really, I'm at a loss, because I want to understand if either foul play happened and he's not alive with us, if foul play didn't happen, but he was sent off somewhere, um, in a sense, with a family member and basically is still alive, or if Sebastian himself wanted out of that house and just out from it all and met up with somebody. I just get really torn on what happened to Sebastian, like, and if those make any sense. When you're thinking of the reasons, but yet you can't make sense out of it because you're thinking in your head, well, if Katie had the Bower socks, or somebody do something with Sebastian and take him away and hide him, why would she do that if Christopher, say, didn't like Sebastian Rogers and she just wanted him out of his hair or whatever, and then you think about the marriage failing and this Last Supper type day that Seth said, was not normal. Why did that happen? Was that like the whatever precursor to what Katie knew was going to happen that night and giving him a last dinner before either, he was taken with someone. Because I do feel like if he was taken, it definitely feels to me like Sebastian knows who this person is, like whether it was willingly or unwillingly, that it was a known, and that's what I'm still holding out hope for, versus that perhaps Katie did something to him, or that they did something to Sebastian, knowing full well that they might not have, right? Because we don't like it's just because there's nothing. There's no videos really, like there's nothing at all digital wise. Like, but why didn't they take his laptop? Maybe there is information on there. Okay, and by the way, this person that made a comment on my video that I just saw with Jennifer Coffindaffer, this is bullshit, okay? Your comment says, and your name is Carrie Lynch. That's, maybe I should be looking at the Lynch word. 177. You had her on as a guest, and she ain't said 5 sentences so far, and I'm 20 minutes in. You are a bold-faced liar. She was talking within the first probably 3 minutes of that live, if not less. Thank you very much. Anyways, then you got great guest. This is a smart, experienced lady. She knows. And then someone says, I'm grateful for, oh, wait, actually, let me say that. Kevin McKnight had said that, great guest. Smart lady and callous watcher, on there. I'm so grateful for the wonderful people that have come forward to assist in resolving the case on there. Always going to be those little dickheads that are going to leave comments and whatever, but okay. But anyways, I do appreciate the people that at least don't, like, seriously, if you're going to sit there and say something, go watch 20 minutes. I'm sure that Jennifer talks a few times in that 20 minutes, liars. Ben, Sonny, and Melissa, do you think Ali know pretty much what happened? Okay, yeah. So, again, one of the questions that I've brought up to talking about, do you think Ali know? But it's just a mystery to them too, or do you think it's just a mystery? What's your thoughts on that one?
I think that they are looking at the Proudfoots, and I think, like I said before, they're just trying to give her enough rope to basically hang herself and give the information. I think that they think it's her. I think that they're just waiting for that one little piece of evidence that they need to bring charges. I feel like they think they know what happened, body or no body. I think they're just... Okay. I think it's one of those, we know who did it, we just can't prove it yet.
Right. And same, wait, sorry, Ben, this one here. So do you think Ellie know pretty much what happened, or is it just a mystery to them too? I honestly believe that, like Jennifer said, right, they took it as a missing child type of thing, and that's how they saw it, and they didn't seem to put any thought to Katie or Christopher Proudfoot and stuff like that. I think as time went on, my personal opinion is that they they probably might be suspicious of them, perhaps, but if they don't have anything to either hang themselves or prove it. So I think that they're clueless what happened to Sebastian, but I think that they have like a gist, but that they have like no proof of anything. So I do think that there's definitely some information out there that has kind of probably maybe come to fruition or guided them towards kind of what possibly happened to Sebastian, but nothing to back that up, besides just waiting for an opening of someone to come forward, someone to admit, perhaps something like that. That's just my thinking on it, and you can tell that they're clueless, about it, and hence why they offered the $50,000 reward, right? Because, like Jennifer says, like when they're at a standstill and there's no information coming in, they're looking to be like, hey, come on, somebody talk, somebody come claim this $50,000, from the FBI, and the dog, like the reward is obviously high, and usually, but in the Delphi case too, it was high, right? You would think anyone would want to claim that, and anyways, the person that did get the Delphi was what was her name again? What was
Kathy
the lady?
Shank, and
Kathy
she
Shank.
refused the money.
Yeah. Well, she said to put it towards the diamond field and stuff like that,
Yes.
which is like such a good thing to do, and the right thing to do, to be honest with you. Um, but you would think that with the money and reward out there, that someone, unless they're of a relative towards the Proudfoot, that at some point someone's gonna try to somehow sneakily get that reward, like, I don't know. I don't know. I just feel like that they're just totally, that they just have nothing to go on, to be honest with you. And like I said, Katie and Chris, they could be innocent little butterflies, like little tulips that just literally are innocent of anything, or they might not be, one of the two. Wait, what says the words that they have spoken to be used against him in the court of law? Yes or no? The poly aren't admissible. Well, anything that's said on a YouTube channel and all that stuff's admissible. Anything that they've like outwardly said is definitely admissible as evidence. Is that not correct, Melissa?
So from my understanding of what I've looked into and studied, yes, anything they've said can be brought in if they can make a connection and a reason to a judge. A judge can say, no, it can't be brought in, but a judge can also say
Right.
that it can be brought in. And polygraphs are not admissible in courts.
Right.
Very seldom are they admissible in courts. Every once in a while, you can do what's called a stipulated lie detector, which is what I have experience with my ex-husband. He did a stipulated lie detector, and they told him before he went in, and it was agreed to between lawyers and police, that if he failed the lie detector test, it could be used against him in court. But if he passed it, that they would not use it in court.
Right.
Or that his side could use it, whichever side. If he failed it, prosecution could use it. If he passed it, defense could use it, basically. And it's called a stipulated lie detector. But under my understanding of the lie detector test that they took or did not take, it's never been said that it was a stipulated one. It was just a polygraph. So I'm going to assume that it's not a stipulated lie detector, so it would not be admissible in court.
Right.
But the admissibility of what they're saying on all these YouTube channels is really just up to a judge, whether or not the judge deems it admissible or not, because it could go both ways. It could be, and it could not be.
Yeah. 1 second here.
But to that point, I would think that they would want to admit, or a judge might admit, especially where she's talking about the timeline. I would say it would be more admissible than not.
Just to ask you and to go back to this. And so anyways, thank you for that, Melissa. Because, yeah, if the judge determines like it is or not. But, you know, but anything that they do say that's out in the public and that and stuff like that, yeah. Definitely, like I said, can be used against them. That's why, you know, to be honest with you, Melissa, when I'm watching like the interviews and the things that they say, you know, like, okay, so you know damn well that, or at least you would think you would know, that all these lives that Christopher or Seth or whoever is on, that, you know, during this, any downtime that they have, that they're literally going back over these to see what is being said, to look for inconsistencies, you know, to look for something, you know, that might help them understand what happened to Sebastian Rogers. Now, what I was going to say is the green hoodie person. I know that they came out, you know, like they have with a few other things. They came out when that whole flashlight video was going around. And then Ellie came out basically saying that from all the videos that there's nothing of evidentiary value. It's kind of, you know, just like the glasses, you know, they came out and spoke about the glasses and said that they weren't Sebastian's, or they came out and said that the person, oh my God, that one doppelganger of Sebastian, remember that one at that?
I was convinced that was Sebastian.
So was Seth, right? I mean, honestly, it's like a doppelganger for sure of Sebastian. Even when I saw his true face, like when somebody posted the mother of that child, and then there was a picture of him with his other siblings. Oh my God. Like
He
totally,
could have been Sebastian's identical twin.
you know, I was so heartbroken to learn for Seth's sake and, you know, the family's sake that that wasn't him, because honestly, you know, it's one of those things that you think as a parent, like Seth totally thought that that was a good possibility to be Sebastian. And whereas, say, Chris and Katie didn't. But
why did Chris and Katie think it was? Because they know the truth.
Well,
whereas like me, I was like Seth. I was like, yes, he's been found. Oh my God, he's alive. There's proof of life. Go get him wherever he's at. Track him down. I was fully convinced it was Sebastian. I really was.
But so, like the same thing. So they came out about the green hoodie to say that they've talked to them and they have no significance. And kind of like what Jennifer had said too, is like why wasn't this video looked at before? You know, to do with the restaurant and this green hoodie person. Now, I myself, regardless, even though they came out, there's something odd. Like, I would love to know the reason why this person was standing there for a couple of minutes beside a car, because that person clearly, this female, clearly walks between the vehicle and just stops. And then you see the camera, you know, going and going and going. And then all of a sudden, Katie and Sebastian come out. And then Katie goes down into whatever. And, you know, and to point out this, and maybe I'll go to my Twitter here and play that for a minute. Let me share screen here. Let me go home, because I had reposted some of them from at night there. Oh, there's Elon Musk. Hey, Elon. What magnificent things are you creating today? This is that one right now. What am I looking for again? Oh yeah, this. This one here, I think it is. Okay. Wait, did I share my screen yet? Yeah, I did. Okay. So this one here.
I thought the green hoodie person that they're talking about was the male, though. Because there were two green hoodie people. There was a male and a female. And on that same note, I want to know if they talked to that worker.
You know, I'm still not convinced if it's a male or a female, to be honest with you. People came out saying it was a female. I mean, the person does look like they have boobs, but we've saw heavy people, men have booblets as well and stuff like that.
Well, the
So-
video on the outside looks female, but the one you show of the person on the inside looked male.
It was the same person. Like, I just think that it was like not great quality. But I mean, the jacket and stuff gives that away to me. But yeah, so it was. I mean, basically said that that person went to the bathroom and da 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 da. So I get what you're saying, because we'll just call it like a banshee or something like that. I don't know. But here, so let me play this. I'll make the screen bigger. Take this off. No offense. Take that off. And I'll take my thing off as well. Okay. So, whoops. I guess I gotta go to my Twitter. Okay, so we'll play it out. And this is at night again. Now, again, very interesting to the person that's watching them, the worker or whatever. Okay, this was being somewhat slow-mo.
That worker still.
Oh, wait a second.
That gets me. That still just sticks in my mind.
Hold on a second. If they're showing this one, that means that the person already came out. But in this particular video, at night has, it's not at that point, because there were, okay, hold on a second here. Let me, okay. Let's watch it, I guess, from this one. Okay, so there's the green hoodie. And then they, like I said, they just veer off, right? You're looking at the time. And that's just it. They just veer off. And you can see.
And it was a quick veer.
Right, it was a quick veer.
It wasn't like they slowly walked over there. It was like, oh, wrong car.
Yeah. You know, so it's like I said, the person's like still there. Mm-hmm. Like, this part to me is just odd. Like, give me a reason why this person is there still, that they're walking like they have a purpose. And like I said, they veer off. And you can see movement. Like, you can see movement there. Like, you can see the person right there. So, like, look at this person. He's going back and forth. Like, what are you doing?
It's almost as if they're debating on whether to go in or stay there and wait.
It's just very strange.
I love this part, though.
Yeah. So here, of course, is Sebastian, and Katie. And then you'll see the worker right here. Now watch.
They like, talked for a second.
Yeah. So right. So then, like I said, that person goes in, and then they show that where he's going to the bathroom or whatever. But the worker here does kind of like pay attention, to kind of what's going on there. I know it's already. Oh no! I see. That's later.
It still cracks me up that he went to get in the wrong car, though.
Oh, I know. I see. Yeah, I saw that. I've done that with our vehicle. It's
like, I have too. Like, but multiple. It's so funny because he's like, "Oop, never mind."
Yeah. So I guess my thing on this is like, so they're coming out basically saying, one second here, put my where are you, little banners? There you go. I guess my thing on this one is that, I always like to try to believe the word of LE in that. And then if they're coming out with information about something, that it's true. But in the back of my head, I'm like, well, yeah, maybe you talk to the person, but I mean, anyone can just say, no, I was just, passing by your vehicle or whatever. And you know what I mean? So
But
I
how
don't,
many times have you covered a case or looked into a case, Sonny, where police have said, yeah, we checked into the person, and then more information comes out and it's like, oh, well, maybe we better go back because they lied
yeah.
to us.
Well, it's just one of those things it's hard to totally put faith in this because, like the flashlight video, again, if they told Seth and Katie and Christopher that the timing was off and it was a garbage truck video, um, and that's what both Seth and Christopher Proudfoot have said. So, and that the camera time just stayed at 3:11. Um, like I said, then you would think that, like what I did when Seth had said that, um, on that Fox channel, and then of course Christopher Proudfoot told Gray Hughes about the garbage truck stuff, like literally talked to him about that, and then Gray Hughes had done a live on it about where the lights were coming from and da 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 da. But anyways, um, so you think of that as being truthful, like that if Ali literally showed you them a video, said that the time was off by a couple hours and that this was the garbage truck, and specifically showed him it in daytime and nighttime, to show like, hey, like this is the lights here, but now let's show it to you in daytime where those, lights are coming from. To me, it's kind of like I usually more believe them than anything else, to be honest with you. And that's kind of where I dismiss that video because it's like, okay, well, why put effort into something if they've already shown them that it was like a garbage truck, not whatever. But then nobody would take that, right? A lot of people were like, nah, no, that's no garbage truck. And so this video has come around, and then the actual video of it has come out, and people have played that where they're showing like, the home that's on the right when you turn on to Stafford there, and then the camera, and then the angle, and the lights, because most people are like, no, 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 this had something to do, with Sebastian. So I do wish that would get cleared up now, like cleared up, because do you believe it's flashlights or do you believe it's a garbage truck if you were just to pick between the two?
I don't think it's a garbage truck, but I don't know. But if you think back to that law enforcement officer that come out and he said, yeah, it has no evidentiary value. And then literally the very next sentence, well, it might later on, but right now it doesn't. So if you take their word for it, not take Chris and Katie, not take Seth, although I think Seth is the most truthful of the three.
Mm.
Law enforcement themselves said, yes, it has no evidentiary value. And then the very next sentence said, well, it might later on, but right now it doesn't.
Right.
So I can't fully discount it because they're saying that it could possibly.
Mm-hmm.
But I don't think it's a trash truck. It doesn't look like headlights to me. It
No.
looks like the two lights are going in two separate directions.
Yeah.
So to me, it doesn't represent a trash truck, but I'm not a professional either. So
in saying that, so if let's just say that Katie and let's just say take Katie and Christopher out of it for a second here. Do you believe if this is a flashlight video, what are the chances that Sebastian has, and this is again according to Katie, right? She's the one that's giving us this info saying that, Sebastian had this flashlight. I can't find it. Like, I don't see it. So he must have it with him. So what are the chances that you think that miniature flashlight has anything to do with what you're seeing in the video, since it's been deemed as a flashlight video and a flashlight? Do you think Sebastian, like I said, like with someone, obviously,
nothing, because I've had little flashlights like that, and that video, the lights are too big for me to think that it's a little flashlight. If it were a bigger flashlight, like a normal size flashlight, yes. But then again, I go back to, well, it could be, because if you watch the video, it's been a while since I watched it, but when you shine a flashlight, it doesn't just light up the area right there by you. It like you see a stream of light, I guess, a beam of light. And I don't see that in that video. I don't see a beam of light on the ground. I just see a light. So to me, it's like a lantern style light more as opposed to a flashlight, because a flashlight gives off that beam. So it's like you're going to see right there around it, but you're going to see the beam of light extend. You know what I mean?
Yeah, I know what you're saying.
To me, it's more like, if it is a light, it seems like it feels to me like it would be more of like a lantern light. Maybe it is a little light because it doesn't give off the beam, but I don't think it's a little light. I just feel like the spots are too big to be a small keychain flashlight, because that's the flashlight that Katie is saying is missing, is a small keychain flashlight.
The only thing that I will say is, and just from my own experience in dealing with things, videos or whatever, is that the illumination can be totally different than the actual size that we're seeing, meaning that something could be a lot smaller than what it is, but because it's on, say, video or camera, that the illumination around the light creates that object to seem bigger and seem like it, whatever. So at the end of the day, again, something happened to Sebastian Rogers, and if it was third party involvement, it makes sense that something happened like in that area. However people want to see that as flashlights or not or whatever. To me, if I'm going with the thought that that there was a third party involvement in his disappearance, that would make sense to me. Seeing two light sources, at an early in the time morning type of idea. But the only thing that I keep questioning is that if there was a vehicle, like, okay, so what I'm thinking is that you got these two flashlights and you got them going off different ways and but you would think to me, maybe not, but I would think at one point that somebody walking would come into a little bit of the light of the camera and catch it more, No, sorry, Melissa. So you don't believe it's flashlights, or you do?
I believe it's a flashlight, but can we address this real quick so that this can get cleared up and squashed? Maybe I might be wrong. I don't know. If I remember correctly, Jennifer Coffindaffer said that the light was confirmed from Seth that the light worked. Correct?
Correct.
Okay. So it did work. It's been confirmed that that flashlight worked. It was initially said that it didn't work and that it was just a fidget thing. It was later come out that it did work. So all of those saying that it didn't work,
right,
it did. So let's just squash that, because false information doesn't need to get out. The flashlight that Sebastian took was a working flashlight. Yes, I believe they're flashlights, not headlights, in that video. But I wanted to get that cleared up.
Yeah. Okay. So now I don't recall it. So did Jennifer say it was Seth? I do remember on the live, but I honestly, there was a moment there where I was like, oh wait, who confirmed that? So I can't remember if she did say the word Seth or not. So I'd have to actually go back and listen to that. But Jennifer Coffindaffer, she was on the live earlier because she wanted to know the answer to that. Like, was that light working? And honestly, the only people that would know that would be the Proudfoots or Seth. So that makes sense that it would be Seth.
I was 90% sure that she said Seth confirmed to her.
But that was one of the things that she wanted the answer to, because even that went through my mind, like, was this flashlight still working, or not? And but anyways, so according to, like, and you guys don't have to believe it or not or whatever, but according to Jennifer on the earlier live, she had said that she had confirmed, yes, that the light, and like I said, if you want to go back and listen to it, I don't remember what time it was said during the 2-hour live there, about, like, I don't even remember if it was the first hour or not, but anyways, but she said yes, that it was confirmed that the flashlight was working. So, I don't know if people are getting this on another live that Seth did, and they're saying that it didn't work, or not. So I'm confused, because I can only see people saying that they're saying it didn't work, more so not because of a YouTuber that said it, but because it was heard from a parent or something like that. Because the only way that would make sense is if someone is misquoting Seth, and a channel is talking about it that said that, hey, look, I spoke to Seth, and he said that the flashlight wasn't work. So I can't sit here with 100% certainty myself. I can just go by what Jennifer had said, that she had confirmed that the flashlight was working, that he had.
I remember when it first came out that I believe it was Seth thought that it didn't work, or somebody said it didn't work. It might have been Katie or Chris. I don't know. Somebody, when it first came out, said that the flashlight did not work. Since then, I've heard it multiple times by multiple credible sources that it did. Jennifer Coffindaffer being one of them, who is in contact with the family.
So whether she confirmed that, like I said, I'd have to go back and listen if she said Seth or not, because maybe she confirmed it through Nick, or something like that, who had spoken to Seth. Maybe it was, I can't remember. I'd have to literally go back to the live and find that part, because I just remember when she said in my head at the time, I was like, wait, who confirmed it? But I didn't want to interrupt her when she was saying that, and then it just kind of left my mind after that. Because I was just more like hearing the words that it was confirmed that it was worked. So like I said, who knows on that one. Deborah, my home was broken into while we were asleep, and my neighbor's outdoor camera picked up the same image as those lights. And they were all phone lights. They were caught by the way cars stolen. Well, we definitely know that it wasn't Sebastian's phone that had a light there, because Sebastian's phone was still in the home. So if suspect 1 or 2 is one Sebastian, somebody that's helping aid in him, getting the heck out of Dodge or whatever. Obviously, Sebastian didn't have his cell phone with him, since it was in the house. So, it just boils down to, from anything that we've seen for footage wise, etc., what would make the most sense? Would it be Sebastian hauling ass out of his home and bypassing his shoes and locking the door and not taking anything? It doesn't make sense at all. It just doesn't equate to making sense. Could Sebastian have had somebody come meet him and just wanted to get the heck out of there? Yeah, possibly. Why someone in 10 months wouldn't have come forward by this point, though, or why Sebastian wouldn't have, even you could be the most shittiest parent and your children still want to love you, so why wouldn't he have come home by this point? Do you agree, Melissa? Like that, if 10 months has gone by and it was someone that met up with Sebastian and due to Sebastian's, own accord, and he, did slip out his window instead of the front door, like they're saying, perhaps, that we probably would have heard something by now, you know, because children, regardless, everything sounds good at the time, but then, you know, after a while, you start missing your bedroom, your home, your parents, stuff like that. So that,
I just find it hard to believe that A, he left without shoes. B, he didn't take the money that was in his room. I can see leaving other things behind. But I also don't see that he would sit there and watch his dad go through this for 10 months and not reach out to his dad. Do I think he would reach out to Katie and Chris? No. Do I think that he would reach out to Seth? Yes. Do I think he would miss Seth and want to come home to Seth? Yes. I don't think he would want to go back to Katie and Chris. Maybe I'm wrong, but I just don't see him wanting to go back to an abusive home. But I could see him reaching out, and don't understand why he hasn't reached out if he's alive, why him or somebody else has not reached out to his dad, who he was close with, and said either A, I'm fine, I'm safe, I'm somewhere safe, or I want to come home. I feel like if he was going to reach out to anybody, it would be Seth.
Well, absolutely. But so that's why it's hard, because, in our heads, I believe that, from, I think what we kind of basically think is that, Sebastian was supposed to go live with his dad. And so, you could tell he had a lot more freedom with his dad. And so why wouldn't he have contacted him, first of all, if he had run away, or contacted him at some point? So it just doesn't make sense. What typically to me would make sense in cases like this would be, a family member did something to him, and the truth hasn't come out with that, or there's third party involvement, where Sebastian was removed from the home, versus him just going out the front door and, took Sebastian. Honestly, the biggest red arrows for me, they keep going back to Katie, to be honest. The biggest arrows out of everything. And it's because if her marriage is falling apart with Christopher Proudfoot, and kind of like in a lot of cases, there's motive there to get rid of a child. I mean, I hate to go there, but I don't hate to go there because it happens so many times in cases. I don't want to say that, but when somebody's going, like I said, a lot of times women prioritize their wrong priorities. And that's only if you give a shit about your kid, nothing's going to happen to your kid. If you don't give a shit about your kid so much, they don't become the forefront of your thoughts. It's more about, what you want, or if Sebastian was a thorn in her side, kind of like what Seth had referenced to with what Donna Serafino was saying. But if somebody's kind of, like I said, going through a lot of stuff, our marriage is failing. To me, that's motive of the child disappearing. For me, that they're given a last big freaking day of everything: spaghetti, pancakes, BJ's, bowling. That's a lot. Like, I've always been astounded by that day, because it was just kind of like, really, is this a normal thing? Because never in my life did my day ever seem that, like my mom was like, yeah, let me just take you here and there and there and there.
That's a lot for a normal person, let alone somebody who's autistic and doesn't deal with change well.
Yeah, and it's because Seth had said that, like when he was asked about that, like, was that normal? It was always a question that I would like to have asked Seth, like, meaning I'm glad that came up during that live, that they did, because that was a question to me. Was this a normal day? If it's a normal day, you don't look at it so much. Okay, they did that. But when there's a marriage that's falling apart, he has this full-on day, special day, and that same full-on day that she gives fun facts about, she was just so amazed that she made breakfast, and then he disappears. It's hard not to sit there and, give devil eyes to Katie Proudfoot there and go like, hey, why aren't you telling us over there? Because that is kind of unnatural, like a more, what I call a natural flow of what happens to children. Because there are those whack jobs that don't put their kids as a priority, and they put themselves, or they get rid of their kids because they're a pain in the ass, and, get in the way. Like I said, Harmony Montgomery is a great example of that, right? Don't care about the freaking kid. You just care about your drugs and yourself and shit. Punches her poor little, it just amazes me what people will do. But I'd say that the biggest arrows for me keep going back to Katie out of any of them, like, have something to do with it.
A big red flag for me is, well, there's a bunch of them, but a coincidence is a coincidence, right? It's an accident. It just happens, right? Okay. So when you have two coincidences, you're like, something, that's a little wacky. Three coincidences, something ain't right, right? So first coincidence is she made him spaghetti pancakes.
Yeah.
Well, on the same day he goes missing, that's a little odd, but okay. Second coincidence, you gave him a day of yeses. You took him out to eat. You took him to BJ's. You took him, all these different places. And it's like, I don't know. Well, by the time you get to, now you're saying there was a thud and he left and you don't know where he's at. Pile that with everything else.
Right.
And it's like, that's just not right. One coincidence, okay. Two coincidences, you're a little hinky, but we can look over it. Three, I know, it's no longer a coincidence at that point.
And then you topple that with she's shoving the phone in Seth's face, saying, see, he was happy. Making.
And it wasn't even a picture that she took that day.
Right. It was of the day of Costco. Right. And the reason why it strikes Seth as odd is because it is odd that somebody does something like that. Because that, like we said, sounds like guilty knowledge. Right. You wouldn't do something like that. Unless the reason why a parent would do something like that is because it's when people feel the need to justify, when they say don't need to justify, but they justify because there's guilty knowledge. So if Katie's like right there, like I said, going, hey, look at Sebastian's happy, see, he's happy, look at type of thing. Seth is like, why are you doing this? Like, why are you putting this in my thing? Because I'm finding it strange that our son's disappeared and all you want to do is talk about that, shove this picture in my face to say that he's happy, as if you're making a point. And his point was, well, what point are you making? And usually somebody does that is because they have guilty knowledge. So they want you to know, like, look, see, he was so happy that day, like, yes, which was the Costco day, not the BJ day. Why wasn't she showing the picture? She took a snapshot, but anyways, so that's somebody, like I said, it's almost like you're trying to take off from what and it might just be the fact that maybe Katie is guilty of knowing that she is kind of a crappy mother, for all we know. And that she's just trying to be like, no, see, he was happy and I need to take the guilt off myself because, for Sebastian's disappearance. And that's why, because obviously there's a reason why she did that. Another reason why Seth, now that we're talking about this, was pissed was because I think it was a couple days later, I want to say 2 days later or something like that, the Bower Sox, someone named Lori, are in the home, Katie and Christopher and Seth, and he hears this conversation going on, I believe, in the kitchen, if I'm not mistaken. And sorry, I got a yawn. I've done 2 lives and it's getting pretty late here, I guess. But and he hears them talking about jewelry, like that something about Christopher buying, her expensive jewelry or something like that, meaning for the Bower Sox, and talking about their vacation. And then he was asked, did anyone seem upset or concerned really about Sebastian at that? Nope. Was anybody crying or whatever? Nope. You're right. So it's one of those things, is like when you're witnessing something like that and a child's missing and you're like, so you're talking about jewelry and whatever, and there's no emotion, like these tears, and it's like whatever. Right. It would strike somebody as odd, especially because Seth's actions are like, you know what? I can't just sit here. I need to go search for my son. I need to drive around. I can't just sit down and, without doing anything. And so, yeah, that was another thing that, caught his attention at the end of it. So just quickly, and I'm probably just going to go another, I'll say 15 minutes tops, I think, because I'm getting tired on there. Melissa,
I agree. If I had a missing son, I wouldn't be talking about jewelry. I'd be talking about where can we go? Where have we not looked? Where can we look? What can we do? Are you on the phone with this person or that person? I wouldn't have been standing in my kitchen talking about jewelry.
Right. So I totally have to go to the washroom, guys. Can you take over some of these comments here that you see?
Yeah, I can take over while you're gone.
Yeah, wherever you want to start.
So I can highlight, but let's see here. So you think it was something to do with the 5 CPS reports Seth has recently found out about why he has gone missing? The last one was only in January, a few weeks before he went missing. I kind of agree with you, Amanda Jane. My thoughts on that, as far as that goes, is kind of towards motive. Maybe it was Katie didn't want Sebastian talking to Seth about what was going on in the home, and maybe that's what led to whatever happened. That's kind of where my thoughts are with that right now. I think definitely it has something to do with it, or could have something to do with it. Wouldn't be able to eat nothing if my kid was missing. Katie has went on in life to me like Sebastian's not missing. Maybe that seems rude, but it's crazy. Yes. I agree. I fully agree. I know when Nick was missing, I wasn't eating. I wasn't sleeping. I was scanning social media. I was on the phone with anybody and everybody that I could think to get on the phone with. So yeah, no, something's off with that. Going out of state for weeks after he's missing, I agree. That's a red flag, definitely. She left home and didn't stay in case he returned. Yeah, like I said before, I could understand leaving a blanket or snacks out, shoes out for him, but she went out of town, and so I agree. I mean, some things I can understand, but if that were true that she did those things, I would think she'd be saying it, but her actions have definitely spoke louder than anything as far as going out of town. Yeah, what they're doing every night, they're talking about how they're getting away with what's going on, in my opinion. Live in the same town as Seth does, and this case is so close, it makes me sick. I've seen these people up close, and it was just sickening. I wanted to be like, where is Sebastian? So do you know Seth? Like, have you talked to him? The day she did the Reels interview, she didn't even have on Sebastian's shirt all day. You've got proof of that. She put the shirt on right before the interview. Does not surprise me. Does not surprise me at all. At all that she would do that. She does not strike me as a mother who is looking for her child right after Sebastian went missing. I guess I shouldn't say right after, but after Sebastian went missing, her and Chris Proudfoot were seen out eating at the same time that other people were putting up flyers and trying to find him. And they weren't putting up flyers. They were having a good old time at a restaurant. It's not good seeing them in person. It's hard not to say anything. You know, Michelle, if you see Seth, I don't know about Katie and Chris Proudfoot, but if you see Seth, you know, and you've got a chance to say, hey, my heart goes out to you. We'll keep searching. That means a lot to a parent. So just a word of encouragement. Yes, leaving the state is crazy. And it is a very big red flag. You know, if your child's missing, you're not going to pack up your life and leave. You're going to be trying to find your child. And even if their excuse is they didn't want YouTubers or they didn't want this or that, those are the people you need to be going to. And saying, hey, get my son's name out there. Help us find him. I think it's just unbelievable that they're not doing that.
I'm here there too. Just quickly, yes, I know Seth, he does hardly sleep. He cried for a year. He almost can barely get through each day. Sebastian is missing. And just kind of like what Melissa said there, Michelle, one sec, I'll put my camera back on for a sec. You know, always prayers to Seth and what he's going through. And, you know, you can see the devastation every time he talks. It breaks my heart, always has. And I just wish that no one would ever have to go through that pain. You know, honestly, like Seth specifically, I can't even imagine what that man must be going through every day, you know, trying to fight, you know, for answers to what happened to Sebastian, where his son is, how much Sebastian means to him, how much he just wants him to come home, you know, holding out hope that he's just out there somewhere, that somebody has him. You know, I truly pray that answers come for this case, and in a good way. For Sebastian Rogers, it's just heartbreaking. So anyways, if you do know him, like I said, Seth was on this channel one time, and I know he has been on a lot of other channels and that, but please give him our best on this one. I just want to say that, Michelle. So, and then if you know him, like you said, you know, just the support and love means a lot, definitely, like Melissa said. You know, I stumble over my words with this a little bit because I just cannot imagine the anguish, the pain of what he is going through. You know, as a parent, just to not know what has happened to your beautiful son that is just vanished, but he didn't vanish. Something's happened to him. It breaks my heart. Go ahead, Melissa.
I couldn't find the unmute button. But yeah, I mean, just give him a word of encouragement, even if it's just, you know, we're with you. We're still searching. Yeah. Don't give up hope. Just, you don't have to ask where Sebastian is. I can understand if you've seen Chris Proudfoot or Katie Proudfoot wanting to say something. But it's just not worth it. Just show kindness to him. I mean, it would be hard for me to say anything to Katie or Chris, but if I seen Seth, I would just a word of encouragement. If you see him at a restaurant, offer to pay for his meal, you know, something. I don't know. Just show love, I guess, basically, with that one. But I can understand really having to bite your tongue not to say anything to Chris or Katie, because it's hard. It's not something I would not wish a missing child, the death of a child, or the unaliving of a child to my worst enemy. It's something that's very hard. It's something that stays with you. It's something that you don't get over. It's a new normal. You're never the same. I've had a lot of people tell me I'm not the same person as I was. So yeah, I mean, just it changes you in a way you can't explain when you have a missing child or you have a child that's been unalived.
Yeah.
Or even died of natural causes. It's not something I would wish on anybody.
Mm-mm. You know, the only thing I wish, like I said, out of this for Seth, like, now that time has gone on, is that he is surrounded by good, caring people that care about him. I think now he's managed to get rid of the leeches and the backstabbers and stuff like that, and just be around good people that are, Nick, Dog the Bounty Hunter, like I said, all these people that are, in his corner, and they're, like all these people, right? This is Seth's son, like besides Katie and that. This is Seth's son. So for me, it always personally warms my heart, kind of like, even though I do it too, you're caring about cases when you have no connection, physically to this child, but they come and they grab at your heart. The case comes and grabs at your heart. You almost start feeling like this kid, because after all the information comes out and listening to the father talk about, campfires, fishing, and different things and stuff like that, and it becomes like I said, like almost like it's part of the Sebastian Rogers like family in a sense. And it's too bad that there's people that always try to take away from the good people out there. That will never stop, unfortunately. But it's too bad that, when somebody goes missing, that people always want to be accusatory of, like this, like this channel's doing this or this person's doing this. Or they're attacking, say, Dog the Bounty Hunter, or Nick, and they're trying to pull up dirty stuff. And you know what? It just breaks my heart, because it's like a child is missing, and all people just want to find out what happened to Sebastian. But when people truly help out, like having Dog attached to this case is a wonderful thing to have had happen, to bring awareness. And when somebody has that type of following, and it just adds more value to the search for answers for Sebastian Rogers, and he has resources beyond what most people have in this chat. But to take away from the people that are truly trying to find answers, even if you might not be the greatest person, but you're still trying to find answers, for Sebastian, and you're not just trying to create drama, and stuff like that. Like I said, I'm not into that. The channel's not into the whole, Christopher Proudfoot drama and channels that are just like kissing his ass basically just to get whatever information that they can and stuff like that. Facts and people caring and enough to take their lives and do stuff for them. I just want to commend those people, because honestly, those people have such big hearts to do stuff like that beyond, I mean, I wish I could do more. I'm sitting over here in Canada, but I'll tell you, if I lived in that area, damn straight, I'd have been out there helping search for Sebastian Rogers or doing my part, for that. So I can do my part by bringing an awareness to the case, putting stuff up on Twitter, asking people to share the live and stuff like that. But I just wish people would back off of the people that are really just truly trying to help find answers versus attacking, them. And so I just feel like Seth, I feel like now he's surrounded by a lot better people. not people that stab him in the back, right, T-Rev? Just saying.
I agree. I mean, I think at the beginning, Seth was kind of surrounded by people who wanted to get their 15 minutes or somehow involve themselves or whatever. And I think now he's surrounded by people who truly just want his son home, for better or for worse. They just want the answers for Sebastian.
Mm-hmm.
And you know, something I just noticed. Did you realize Katie was parked in a handicap parking spot in that video?
Yeah. She has a handicap. Eh?
She has handicap plates?
Well, she would have the thing for Sebastian. Yeah. Like I would, like I wouldn't not think that she would not park in a handicap. Like they got those little tags in the window.
Yeah, but I know when I've got handicap plates, and I know like my doctor had to sign off on it and stuff. I don't know that they do that for autism, but I just noticed that it popped out at me kind of weird.
Aw. Did you see what Michelle said here? She said, just like you, right? Your son. Yes, my brother was murdered when I was 11. My mother says it's the worst pain ever. Oh, like I said, you know, the worst to me, like I said, this is an extremely worse pain, right? And so, right. So add on top of that pain to when you have no idea or a family member is murdered and that their body has never been found or recovered and stuff like that. So stuff like that just breaks my heart, Michelle. Seth finally has a good group of people and who wanted the same thing to find Sebastian. Yeah, and I'm so sorry to hear about your brother. And absolutely right. It's one thing when it's bad enough when natural causes kick in, or or an accident happens, but when you have to picture in your head that somebody literally took the life of your child, whether it be by a knife or a gun, that to have to literally live with those in your head as a parent, knowing that what your child would have went through, how scared they would have been, this is my child type of thing. So, like I said, my son, although my son kind of, like I said, has been going through stuff since the divorce back in 2013, still a lot of anger in him and stuff like that. For me as a parent, my son was and is still, he's my everything. He is the reason, like on top of my husband, which is a different type of love, my son is the most important thing to me. He might not realize that. He might be obscured by lies from his father and his own thinking because of being in, when, like I said, after a while, when people keep saying stuff, you start believing it, right? But my son means the world to me, and I would do anything as a protective mother. So to sit there and have to even feel this type of pain, whoops, I think that video, I think it was playing. Oh, it just says watch again. Sure, why not? Oh, my camera looked all weird for a second or something. But anyways, it's just unfathomable to me. And that's why I have a hard time associating with what's going on with the Proudfoots. It's just not normal behavior to me. No, again, you're going to be putting yourself out there because you're going to not care as much about yourself as you're going to care about your child. And I get people do things a different way, but this has been more than just odd on how this has been handled by them in the press. What was it Sammy said about when they didn't want their names out, they didn't want their house out. Like, it seems like everything that goes for helping Sebastian, and it feels like that's what they're not doing. Like I said, you want to see Katie come out and speak, right? Do you remember how when people were getting on Katie's back because she wasn't speaking, It's like, shut up, Christopher Proudfoot. Come on, Katie. Speak up. And do you remember when she did that one interview? And I still remember having it on Twitter. That one interview where it's like clockwork. It's like the public was basically, basically saying, Katie, like, speak, quit hiding behind Christopher Proudfoot. We want to hear from you, type of thing. And then, just like magic, an interview comes out where people think that Katie is like talking scripted, like. And it was because, I'll tell you what, it's because they wanted the perception from the public to be better than what they were getting, right? And then that's kind of when the whole shift came with people starting to accuse Seth and going towards like, oh, Christopher Proudfoot, good person. Seth, not so good person. Bullshit. The snake is a snake. Christopher Proudfoot's a snake. But it was a fact of how contrived that was to put out that interview where it was like Katie's acting like she's all independent and stuff doing that interview. And a lot of people felt like it was scripted. And it was just like, again, it was really about their own self-perception about how they're being seen, because they feel like they're being, and I disagree, because I think that they, that they're the ones that kind of provoked people to get angry about not hearing from Katie and hiding behind, these little weird hand interviews and not being fully transparent and stuff like that. But they were really, especially Christopher Proudfoot, who did the speaking, about just how basically they were being treated unfairly, but that basically Seth over there has the public's love and everyone's shitting on us. And well, there's a reason for that, though. And it was because of the perception to the public. If you're not being truthful and transparent, and when you're talking about children, you will piss any parent off if you harm a hair on a child's head and do something to a child. So if we're talking about a case to do with the child and you're not being transparent and you're not showing that same connection like Seth has shown with crying and tears and emotion and being genuine with his speaking, in a sense, and stuff like that, yeah, versus the opposite, the polar opposite. So am I going to sit there and go boo-hoo, Katie and Chris? Absolutely not. It's kind of like, you see a duck, call a duck. See a spade, call a spade.
I want to address Michelle for just a second. Michelle, I am sorry for the loss of your brother. Please give your mother my condolences as well. If I had to compare the loss of my child versus when he was missing, yes, the loss is so much worse in some ways, because I know I will never see him again. I know I will never talk to him again or have a hug or an I love you. But having a missing child, especially a missing child that you don't know where they are, you don't know if they're alive, you don't know if they're not, that has got to be horrible as well. I know when I went through it, mine wasn't for a year by any means, but it is very heartbreaking. And you just want the answers, whether they be good or bad. You just want the answers for what happened to your child, because you want to hold out hope, but at the same time, it's really hard. So I would have to say not knowing is just as bad as knowing in some respects and worse in others.
Right.
And
Yeah.
never, I didn't mean that she couldn't have a handicap tag. I just thought, is there something with Sebastian or them that we can look for, like asthma or whatever? I'm just trying to, for a handicap sticker, you have to have a reason, right? So what is that reason? Will that reason help us find him? Will that reason help us narrow this down? I don't know. At this point, we're all grasping at straws as far as that goes. So I didn't mean any disrespect by that comment, so please don't anybody take that as disrespect.
Oh my God, you're so disrespectful. Stop it.
I know, right? I mean, I am in person, but you know.
Okay. I do. Okay. So at night, so on Twitter, at night, private intelligence. So if you don't know, and you do have Twitter, it'd be at night, private intelligence. And don't forget, at Jennifer, what was it? No, at Coffin Daffer FBI. Was it? I always forget. It's only because when I type it in, I just type in, all I have to do is type in Jennifer, and then my whole thing.
I was say I don't know. I've got it where it just pops right up.
Coffin Daffer FBI. So, and Nick the Hat, he's on Twitter as well. Actually, that's where he mainly was from, and I meant to say this earlier. Because Nick was always doing Twitter. Here, I'll come on camera for a sec. Nick was always doing Twitter lives, and then Twitter started, I think, doing something, and this is before I think Elon Musk took over. And so he ended up starting a YouTube channel during the Cavalcante case, and then so now he was never a YouTube person, Nick the Hat. But now, like I said, ever since the Cavalcante case, because of something going on with Twitter, but he was always a Twitter person. But anyway, so Nick the Hat, at night, private intelligence on there, Coffin Daffer FBI. All you have to do is type in Jennifer Coffin Daffer and find that as well. Like I said, on the Twitter, Break the Case is Jennifer Coffin Daffer's YouTube channel. I really love her name, Break the Case. She said that, like, when I asked her about that, because I said, I really, when somebody just finds a good name for their channel, in a sense, and I thought that was like a really good name. And she said that a friend had said it to her. And I just thought, but it's perfect. Break the Case, simple, easy to remember, and says a lot, and it's just a catchy, at least to me. Okay. At least to me. And then there's Nick the Hat on YouTube as well. And I'm not sure if At Night's on YouTube, to be honest with you. But anyways, there's this thing that when I was scrolling down all the stuff on his Twitter, I really thought that this was, it made me laugh, to be honest with you. It says, I have eyes that pierce the night, where others see shadows, we see light. We watch a house with silent grace. In the world of intelligence, we take our place. What am I? With a name so sleek, guarding secrets, never to peek. And then, of course, that's the Proudfoot home there. Big FedEx thing in the thing there, obviously, though. I think that they said some sort of big purchase they had done. But anyway, so there's a big FedEx thing in the driveway there. Anyways, it's just one of those things that when I read it, I kind of got a giggle out of it. And I'm just like, yep, darkness come to light. I have eyes that pierce the night. And it's right. And it's because, if it smells, there's some stench to it and reek to it and some manure to it, then its chances are it's because it's like, whenever anyone has got intuition and you feel like something is off, there's usually a reason for that, right? But when there's many things that are off, it just really, it's hard to overlook it when there's a lot of things that really don't make sense in someone's actions, right? We see people lie all the time, claiming that they didn't do anything, blah, 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 blah. Like I said, all you have to do is watch those interrogation videos, like on YouTube and stuff like that. And they all start going, but I swear on my life, I did not kill my mother. I swear on my life. Honestly, I would never do something. And then half an hour later, okay, so I was upset and I was pissed off because of the dog. And yeah, and you're just like, what happened to half an hour ago when you were just claiming and swearing on your life? I see it all the time. So that's why, for me, I always got my eyebrow raised when it comes to people, because they could be standing there like Christopher Proudfoot and Katie right in front of your face and sit there and try to sell us some bullshit story, in a sense. And then, like I said, but yet they could have nothing to do with Sebastian's disappearance, or they could have everything to do with Sebastian's disappearance, So I don't believe people that way. And so when I don't believe people because they're giving all these cues and red flags along the way. It's hard not to draw a stink eye at them and go, like, where's the truth here? Because, what you're saying and doing in your actions aren't making sense to how somebody would typically handle a missing person or what they would be doing. I'm so sick and tired and whatever, for me personally on this one, Christopher Proudfoot, when he's like claiming that they're doing all this stuff behind the scenes. And like I think someone said earlier, this is what I picture. I picture them pretty much with their asses plastered, or at least Katie's plastered on the couch, freaking popping back, bonbons or colossal popcorn and just, doing a whole lot of nothing, to be honest. That's what I picture because that's what to me that they've shown me. And then, this whole Christopher Proudfoot, the video, like, look at me searching for Sebastian. Photo opportunity over here. Hello. It just stinks to me personally.
Well, I agree. Katie's probably sitting there doing nothing. Chris, on the other hand, I feel is sitting there scrolling through YouTube going, well, who's talking now that I can get mad and go cause some drama?
Oh, yeah. Yeah, oh, yeah. He watches everything about himself. There was this one day I remember messaging him, Christopher Proudfoot. Oh, I think I messaged him a couple times because he was like, yeah, people could just message me if they wanted and whatever. So I'd message him saying, okay. I basically told him what a jerk off he was and all that stuff, and I just basically told him what a jerk off and et cetera, et cetera. Can't exactly remember. I can't remember, but I said something. And then he said a comment back, do you have a minute? And I knew exactly what that meant. That meant he was going to call and talk to me. And I had said something about, because it was on Mother's Day. So I made a comment about Mother's Day. And then he sent back a message because there was a lull. And then he sent back a message going, you're right, it's Mother's Day. And something like, have a good Mother's Day, you're right. But it was something about like, yeah, you're right, it's Mother's Day. I'm going to go spend time with Katie or something like that. I know that so I was all preparing myself to like, have this conversation with him, whatever. And I know he was going to like probably, try to give me his sass and lip and stuff like that. And then he was like, yeah, you know what? It's Mother's Day. You're right. Probably not the best day I should pick to have battles with somebody. Now
I would go at it with Chris. I would happily go at it with him because I wouldn't let him pull the bullshit that he pulls on all these other people.
Well, that's just it. If you're like for Christopher, you know what? If you're gonna come up here, I'll battle, you for your wits or for the truth and whatever. Which is hard to believe because, like I said, he's too busy lying. But, like his personality, I can handle him, and spin him on my finger because personalities like his don't bug me whatsoever because they're just full of themselves and they want to beak off and do this and whatever like that, So I'm not this meek person that would, whatever, I'd be like, full on. And the bottom line is, it's just because, honestly, Chris has been claiming that he's just being transparent and honest and all this stuff, and I'm just like, where? Because I have done lives where I've shown all the inconsistencies in the stuff that he's been saying, or at least at the time when I did the live. And so kind of like what you said earlier, Melissa, like, like wish there was a video. Well, I had done a video about that because that was the point, is that I'm listening to everything that Katie, Christopher, and Seth have said. But when red flags come into my ear because I've heard something different, then of course I want to go back to that so that I can show people, okay, and not only show people, but for myself, that this is what he said then, and now this is what he's saying. Now, I could overlook it, like when Katie says, well, I did everything in 1 minute flat. And then in another interview, well, I did it in 3 minutes flat, meaning looking for Sebastian. I can overlook that because that seems logical that you might have said 1 minute, but, in your head, you think, oh, well, it wasn't really 1 minute. Maybe it was 3 minutes. So she says 3 minutes. I can overlook something like that, but I can't overlook somebody lying about a polygraph test a few times on that one. I can't overlook someone that sits there and talks about Sebastian or the CPS reports and then backtracks and says, I didn't say that, blah, blah, blah. And all you have to do, just like with the that he couldn't talk about February 1st, dude, at what point don't you remember your lies? And that's just the point, So, for me, Chris and Katie, as much as I think that Chris is, an a-hole, I accept the fact that he's an a-hole. He is. And that's not going to change anytime soon. But all I ask for, even if you're the biggest a-hole, is that you just, I want to ask questions and just give me those answers, to the truth and not sit there, and say things. But because I can't trust them, what's the point? Because Chris, throughout the interviews with the other people, he's just showing that he can't be trusted with what he's saying. So why would I want to even talk to somebody if I can't trust that they're being truthful? Because he's proven that, it's not like he would be, if it was somebody just coming up and I had no clue and they'd never done an interview before. But with Christopher Proudfoot, he has shown multiple times that he says multiple different things. I would love to do one with Katie. Katie's the one who I would love to do it with. Katie's the last one with her son. I would love to have a different impression of what I'm seeing for Katie than what she's projecting. Christopher Proudfoot, I don't honestly give two shits about, because Katie's the one that has the answers here, or was the last one with Sebastian,
Yeah, Chris is, whenever he talks, it almost seems to me like whoever he's talking to dictates the story he tells, the tone of his voice, how many times you're going to hear law enforcement doesn't want that information out there, stuff like that. Like, it really just depends on which person he's talking to as to which Chris Proudfoot you get.
Mm-hmm. Yes. He's definitely a manipulator. Like, that is so clear. The way that, kind of like what Michelle says here, he only goes on channels that he can narrate, in a sense. And yeah, it's and it's honestly, it's almost reminds me of like watching the little, what do you want to call them? What are the groupies? The groupies that put him on this pedestal as he sits there and, basically and deceives people, manipulates them, to his spin on it, and then twist it. And I can't even say enough about Christopher Proudfoot, because he's just a BSer and he manipulates when he feels necessary. And I don't think that he believes that, like, a narcissist does not believe that they do this stuff. But I think with Christopher, usually kind of like my ex-husband, that in their head that they are telling themselves how smart they are, and how wise they are, and like, I'm going to make a fool out of you, because I'm so smart over here. I'm just going to make a fool out of you. But really, I feel like Christopher Proudfoot has just made a fool of himself. He's embarrassed himself. He's made a fool of himself. He not only has made a fool of himself, but he's also said the things that he's done to Sebastian Rogers. And then on top of that, he doesn't seem to remember how many CPS cases he has and stuff like that, and then he'll twist it back to being like, well, let's just stay on topic. And, it's about Sebastian Rogers. Dude, you wouldn't know how to spin it back to Sebastian Rogers if your life depended on it. That's kind of like when he says that, it's so upchuckable to me when he does say that. Let's keep it about Sebastian Rogers, because if that's what you define as keeping this case about Sebastian Rogers, poor Sebastian Rogers, and, any other person or child that comes in your path, because if that's, like I said, if that's you, sitting there acting like you're doing like this massive amount of work in the background for Sebastian Rogers, it's just so appalling to me. to be honest. But because he isn't the natural biological father, that's where I give him the he doesn't give a shit credit to, you know, unlike what you would expect from Katie, who is the biological that should be I give a shit, you know. But between the two of them, they've really done themselves so much harm to their perception to the public. I mean, I can't say that enough, to be honest with you. I'd probably go on about 2 hours about that stuff.
Yeah, they're definitely not doing themselves any favors the way they're acting. But to go back to the video, yeah, we definitely needed updated like you did with those where they say one thing and then say the other. We definitely need a new updated version of the Proudfoots lies.
Well, the thing was, is that because I had started working and I was busy, I wasn't really doing any lives. And Sebastian's case, I refused to get into doing a video because, you know, some more bullshit that Chris is talking about and stuff like that, you know, like I can't even be like for instance, I hadn't really watched anything that Chris had been on, and he had like basically after he made himself, you know, themselves, like the perception to the public, like once he like basically did the most probably damage he could to himself, he just basically disappeared, right? It's almost like, oh yeah, I'm not going to say nothing. But you know, Christopher Proudfoot is not that man to never come back and not say anything. He enjoys the attention. He likes it, right? It's Katie, not so much. Christopher, absolutely. It's almost like it feeds his ego, and he just seems to enjoy it and stuff like that. But so I hadn't really done
He thrives on the chaos.
He
thrives on the chaos.
You know what? Right. And he just likes to try to make people, you know, it's kind of like if they're kissing his ass, you know, like he likes them. But he's always on the defensive about something he's trying to say that people are attacking. Well, it's because of the shit that came out of your mouth, though, for him. It's the stuff that came out of his mouth. Like, why do you think people are attacking you? You're ignorant, you're arrogant, you're rude, you're abrasive, you know, you are like not emotional, emotionless. And then you're trying to make us perceive like you cared a lot about Sebastian, you know, and people aren't stupid. Well, some people are for sure, but you know, most smart people can understand when they're being deceived or when they're seeing like, you know, lies and mistruths and stuff like that. And there's just so many, like, even if they're just what he deems as white lies, like, well, the reason why I lied about the polygraph is because, you know, because he didn't think it was going to grow into a big thing. He probably just thought, well, you know, yeah, I'll just say I did it too. And, you know, that it wasn't going to come back to haunt his ass, and just thought it was like some small white lie because, you know what? Because it's kind of like, again, to the public, he doesn't realize that some of the shit's going to come bite him back in the ass when he lies, when he's telling it or telling these mistruths. And I kind of felt like that way with the polygraph. I thought it was more of a, let me just, you know what, just to get people to think better of me. Yes, you know, me and Katie both passed the polygraph test and stuff like that. But then once his tail went between his legs on Nancy Grace, I was like, see, dude, you just effed yourself over yet again with another, you know, why? Like, why lie about that? There's no reason to, unless you got something to hide. Why lie about taking a polygraph test? So the only reason, if it's not because he has nothing to hide, but because it was for selfish reasons, that he just wanted people to start thinking of them in a better perception than what people were doing it as. So yeah, you know, we had nothing to do with it. Yeah, we totally passed the polygraph, you know, and to be seen in a better light. Too late, douchebag. You already did put yourself in a negative light, and there was almost like zero recovery from it, besides to these people that kiss his ass. You know, like most people are in Seth's corner again, which is nice to see. When I say Seth's corner, I mean that can see that Seth is genuine and true in his, you know, fight for justice for, to find Sebastian Rogers' son, versus Chris that just goes on it. So the deception detective on there, I do really like him. I think he's really good. There was something else I was going to say that about. Whatever. Go ahead. You got something to say. I know you do. Psst. Are you there? She's there. Wait. Michelle. Not Michelle. Why am I saying Michelle now? Melissa. Oh, maybe did she drop? Oh, good fight me then. Oh. Melissa. I thought, no, she did not fall asleep because I was talking too much. She didn't nod off. But he controls every conversation if he can't control it. If someone doesn't agree with him, he flies off the handle. Let me be clear. I just want to be clear. Oh, I'm so sick of that. I mean, I say that sentence too, but not like he does. He uses it every other turn. I just disappeared to go back and watch her convo with Jennifer and ran into the part where Jen said she confirmed the flashlight did work. Really curious who confirmed. Sammy, I don't think that she did say like who actually confirmed the flashlight. And that's why I don't know that she said Seth, but it obviously had. Where did you go? I can hear your dog. Melissa.
He is mad at me.
What happened? Did you go let your dog out?
Well, I tried, but there's 2 foot of snow, and I have an 8-inch dog.
Gotcha.
He walked outside, and he's like, no. Come right back in. Now he's barking. So I might have misspoke when I said she said Seth said it because, like I said, I was in and out. But she did say it was confirmed, and I thought she said by Seth, but I might be wrong.
I don't think so. Because Sammy, I think, just said she went back to go listen to it. And she's saying that, so really curious. Now, I did see Sammy also mention the 7th of February for the meeting with the teachers. So that must be true, obviously, to what that date was when that was brought up before. It's just that I knew I had heard about it, but it's like one of those things that I didn't overly know what the actual date was, but I just remember something about the teachers and parents. But anyways, so only because I saw Sammy say it before, so someone had said it in the thing, that we were talking about when you were asking. So that seems to be that date, like you said, February 7th. And so, so she's just saying, so really just curious who confirmed. Wait, I disappeared. I went back to watch her convo with Jennifer. Right. So, Sammy, you went back to watch like the actual video with Jennifer, right?
So that's on me. I'm sorry that she didn't say Seth. Like I said, I was in and out. I thought she said Seth, but she did say she confirmed. So it's like, for me, let's just take this back to the beginning. Because I remember in the beginning, they said it didn't work. Right. Now they're saying it did. Well, which is it? Because that could or could not, maybe it has meaning, maybe it doesn't. If it didn't work, then he's out there in the dark. If it did work, then at least he's got some light. Maybe there's a little light that you see on a store camera or something. You know what I mean? Like, if it didn't work, you're not going to see somebody with a light walking down the street. But if it did work, are there other cameras that we don't know about where you can see a small light walking down the street? Like, it's not that it matters whether or not it worked necessarily.
Right.
But at the same time, it's a clue, if that you know what I mean? Like, I'm not explaining well what I'm trying to say, but it's like, which is it? Because that's another one of those, we've got one saying one thing, one saying another.
Yeah.
We need the truth. We need the facts, because speculation and lies and misinformation are not going to help us find out what happened to Sebastian.
And amen to that, because that is facts right there. We just want facts and truth, right? When you give people that, then you have something to go on properly. When people start adding things to this, and and I just want to go to this because this was important. And Michelle said, okay, so I guess that's probably what you were trying to equate it to maybe earlier, is that they did have a meeting with the teachers, which places Chris in Sumner County in early February, since he didn't want no one to know when he was last in town. So, do you recall a conversation where Chris said that he was there?
No, I don't. And
Michelle, do
honestly,
you?
I really don't even remember much being said about a parent-teacher conference. I know something was said towards the beginning of the case that they had some kind of meeting, but I don't know if that was with a teacher, with the school. I don't remember where that came in because it just is not computing in my head right now where I heard that.
Yeah. So, I'm going to keep listening to old interviews and seeing stuff like that. And maybe I'll come across that again. Because, like I said, whether it's truth or not, the information that we like to go on is, is because they said it, not because I'm telling you that, I said it type of thing, and it becomes a third party thing, kind of like, say, Donna Serafina, right? Right. Although I believe the fact of what Seth said to her, again, it's not me listening to Seth say that, in that particular video. And so, that to me is like the basis of everything. It's their words, because the only words, regardless of truth or not, is coming from the horse's mouths themselves, not because some YouTube creator said that they talked and this and that. You take it with a grain of salt and you put it in there in the box of information. But when you're repeating something, because another YouTuber had said this, and yet we didn't hear it out of Katie's mouth, Chris' mouth, or Seth's mouth, or the FBI and stuff like that, then it becomes like not like factual information. I consider factual information for me, and not say again if it's true or not, but that they're coming from the actual horse's mouth of the people that are involved in the with the disappearance of the Sebastian case, being Seth, Chris, Katie, FBI, LE, and stuff like that, and I always just take, because the truth lies somewhere within there, of what happened. So if we just at least have the facts part, and try to go off of that, knowing you're not sure if Katie's being honest or not, the at some point I'm hoping that, kind of like with Delphi case, is that the trial finally came. We got to hear and have knowledge of more things than although we knew a lot with Delphi, there was other things in there that came to light, came to fruition that we didn't know. And that's, of course, because the case finally came to trial. Sebastian's case, with only partial information, honestly, we're never going to figure out what happened to Sebastian unless somebody comes to the forefront and brings the information to light to show what happened to Sebastian, whether that's from the LE, that somebody actually steps forward, type of thing, and confesses that somebody did something to Sebastian, or they get caught in a bunch of lies, type of thing by the LE, but we're only just going based upon Katie Proudfoot for the most part, and that you would have to believe that everything she's saying is factual and true, but I don't think that most people are there. There may be the odd person, sure, but most people, I don't think, can sit there and put a big trust stamp on what Katie Proudfoot has been saying.
You know what I need to do, Sonny?
No, what do you need to do?
I need to. I'm going to have to try to do this sooner rather than later, but my schedule and the weather and everything, I don't know when I can get it done. But I need to go through and start back at the beginning. Yes. And I need to make a timeline of what we know factually wise. And put in there also the lies that have been told, or the contradictions, whatever you want to call them.
Yeah.
And put everything down. And where I found the information.
Yeah. I had done that. To up to a point. I had literally done that. Gone back. I went to the videos. I put the timeline according to Katie, what Katie had said, and put that information in there for the timeline. Things were missing at the time. So meaning now if I was to do it, like there's a lot more information but the thing was what got overwhelming. So all I wanted to do was put in the timeline and the facts, of like the day of Sebastian type of thing, and put the side notes to it. I had the 5 creators at the time, and then come to realize that there was actually 2 other interviews with, I believe, Terry Lynn that might have that I didn't notice, or one more with Smiley's World. There was 2 other interviews in there that I was like, oh, I thought I had the first 5, videos down. Duchess, the news interview, the Hands interview, Chronicles of Olivia, and Smiley's World. But there was 2 more in there. And I want to say that maybe Terry Lynn was one of them, perhaps. Anyways, I just know that there was 2 more. And it was like, oh, shit. But honestly, that in itself, honestly, is because Christopher Proudfoot was on certain channels, but talking so much. Like Seth, I never even bothered. I kept up to him for a while, but because he wasn't underneath my radar, the only thing I wanted from Seth is any knowledge that he could give us in regards to Sebastian, what he was like, if it pertained to getting to Katie's and Krista's house that day. Just any of that information was all I was looking whenever I listened to where Seth. But he started doing a bunch of interviews, and I ended up losing track of between Christopher over here and Seth over here. Just became too much. But with Christopher, and like most people know, it's about the more he talks, the more he'll slip up, in a sense. And it's like, again, whether it's just an ego thing going on with them, whether he's truly knows that he's lying and trying to deceive or whatever. Either way, I mean, it's remembering from those interviews. But honestly, that's a lot of work, because there's some 7-hour lives, 13-hour lives. There's probably people in there that you have no clue that he was on the channel, type of idea. And it just becomes very overwhelming.
That's
right?
what I'm afraid of.
To go, well, let me put it this way. You have to, like I did it for myself when I did the timeline. And of course, I'm going to share it with the public like I did. But I did the timeline for myself because I wanted to put down everything that Katie had said, to sit there and try to figure out, okay, if this is the timeline and a truthful timeline, okay, where could Sebastian have disappeared? Where's this? But again, I don't trust Katie's timeline. I would love to have talked to the neighbor like Sweetie Pie Low did, that said that the lights went out at 9:03 or 9:08 and 11:45 or something like that, or close to 12, in the living room, and that some door was left open. Like, I would love to have that type of knowledge, or whatever camera footage that person has. That would be amazing. And that's where I'm hoping that, through Nick the Hat at Night Private Intelligence, and having the resources of Dog, that those answers might come to fruition, that at least, they're getting the answers from some of this camera footage or leads, something to give any inclination what happened to Sebastian Rogers,
Seth has a YouTube now, right?
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
Okay.
Yeah. I knew he had a YouTube from quite a while back, but he only had like one video. And the reason why he'd come into the one live he said that day is because I subscribed to him. and then he came. That's the day that he joined the live, and it was because he subscribed. But then so I remember when basically, and this was when people were basically backstabbing him and stuff like that, and then the Tony guy came into his life, and basically at one point I think it was said that the only way that Seth will be doing stuff is through his own lives on his own channel, and and stuff like that. And to be honest with you, that's Seth was never into social media, he had said, which he wasn't, right? He had a YouTube channel. It literally had no subscribers and I think one video on there, maybe a couple. But anyways, but at the end of the day, if he wants to put out information, that is absolutely the best way to do it, is to have his own channel, do lives, get revenue through super chats and whatever, to help aid him as he keeps having to spend money, so again, thank goodness for good, kind, caring people out there that either have the ability to help donate, that contribute their time for free, that are able to help assist him if it means that it helps out with rent or a bill and groceries in the house, as he struggles to try to deal with this, amazing pain for the loss of his son that he doesn't know where is and stuff like that. So very grateful for that stuff. But anyways, go on. Your turn.
But yeah, I happened to notice that the other day, and so I subbed to him, but it's like,
yeah,
I don't know. I'm afraid it would be too overwhelming to go all the way back to the beginning and make a timeline. But at the same point, I can record the screen and maybe I don't know. There's too much misinformation out there, and I hate that because and not just true crime on YouTube or whatever, but the police are having to deal with all of this misinformation, and so said this and this person said that, and I don't know. I know what I'm thinking, but I don't know how to say it. The truth lies in there somewhere, and I'm just so sick of the misinformation. And for me, it's like, I want to remember who said what and where I can find it, what the timestamp is. Because then when someone says, well, so-and-so said this, I can be like, yep, and here's the timestamp that they said it, and here's what they said. And then they said this on another, and here's the timestamp for that, and it contradicts them. Where is the truth? But it would be a really big undertaking, but I feel like it would help me keep it straight easier, if that makes sense.
Yeah, of course. Absolutely. Yeah. That's why I was listening, so again, religiously, following Sebastian Rogers' case, again, then with work and stuff like that, I didn't want to get into the drama part, of it all. And so, but Sebastian's case meant a lot, but I haven't done as many lives, but yet it's not like I didn't want to, but again, with my job is very tiring and dealing with people's problems all day and stuff like that. But, over Christmas time and that and stuff like that, I was like, oh, what? There was just things that kind of, that I was paying attention to, and watching that made me just want to, try to do more lives with Sebastian's case, again. But knowing that, like yesterday, I was watching, even though I'd watched Chronicles of Olivia 10 times already, but, I wanted to watch it again. I wanted to listen to Jen's live again. I wanted to listen to Seth's stuff again, because there's a lot of stuff that you kind of forget, whereas before, when you're first starting, I could tell you pretty much everything that I had seen, but then after a while, because it's just like, God, these people are just creating lives to create lives all the time, talking about the same stuff over and over, which for me, it's not my thing personally, just to keep, doing I just can't be that person that literally, if, let me put it this way, if it was my daily job, perhaps I could do that, sit there live after live, day after day, 2 lives a day, blah, 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 talking about Sebastian Rogers, if I was in it for the sake of money. Not because it's for the sake of Sebastian, for all that. Anyone that's creating lives all the time, doing stuff, okay, you're just trying to feed your pocketbooks, which is fine. Hey, if that's the way you work, whereas mine, like I said, is sporadic. I could never do something for the sake of the money side aspect of it. And that's where I think some, whatever, the channels get lost in that their source of income is sitting down in the YouTube space, and that is their source of income. So of course they, are trying to cover a case, but obviously, get, money, dollars, to pay for it as well, to pay for them to sit at home, to, do the cases and stuff. And, no shade to that on there. Not when it comes to people that are covering, for instance, let's take Dolly Vision, for instance. Okay. I mean, that guy gives me the chuckles all the time, to be honest with you. Dolly Vision does lives all the time on Sebastian Rogers and stuff like that. But I don't see him riding that gravy train as if that's the most important thing to him. I see that he gets the donations and people or whatever, and he's trying to gain subs. And of course, and if people contribute to helping him be able to do stuff like that. But I don't see him as this individual that is just covering Sebastian's case for the sake of the dollars. I see him covering Sebastian's case because he cares about the case, and if he gets money to go with that, so be it. That's how I feel about him. Do you ever watch Dolly Vision?
I did for a while.
I watch him sometimes. I don't watch him.
He got a little too clickbaity for me.
Yeah.
So I still sub to him. I still watch it every once in a while, but not a whole lot. So I'm sitting here and I'm thinking, I want to go over and rewatch the videos that they did with the news crew, Nancy Grace, the hands video, all that stuff. So if you could send me, or somebody type it in chat so I can screenshot it.
What?
The, most important videos for me to start with.
Maybe.
And I will start on a timeline and I will share it with you. And I'll send it to you, because I really need to get not necessarily all the dramatic crap that goes on. I just mainly want, this is the day that it started. This is the main information. I want the ones from basically where Katie's talking or whatever. I feel like I need to make this timeline. Something is nagging at me and telling me to make this timeline and that I need to do it.
Yeah. Well, yeah, because there is more to it than when I had originally did it. Other things to note about the timeline.
And it's I don't know, something is nagging at me. My gut is just nagging at me to do this. And I will try to get it done as soon as possible. I'm not going to give you a timeline of when it'll be done. But when I get it done, I will send it to you and you can review or whatever. Because I want what was said, who said it, where it was said at.
Well, maybe
just maybe type in chat, or I can try to find my Facebook.
Well, I was gonna say, why don't you just give her your email or something that she can you can communicate with Michelle here, because she seems to be a knowledge base of, I can tell you definitely the first 5 type of videos. And there we go. Okay.
I'm not sure if that went or not. It is AJ, capital letters, space, capital M, ELISSA on Facebook. And my Facebook picture is the candle of Abby and Libby.
Oh yeah, hold on. Let me just do that because I don't know that you gave her that link properly, to be honest with you.
Yeah, I don't think it quite went right.
No, just give me 1
Oh,
second.
here it is. I went and clicked the wrong link. I'm an idiot.
Yeah.
I didn't go to my page. I just went to Facebook.
No, but that's... Oh, darn it. I had it there for you there. See there? Boom.
Okay.
That's the...
Just add me on Facebook. Send me a message of where you think I should start. Kind of the top, maybe 10, let's say, or 5 or whatever. I know I want to rewatch the Hans interview, the Nancy Grace interview.
Yeah.
The Smiley interview.
Smiley's, I think, a couple of them. I think there's 2 or something like that. But if you want to watch the original one first,
yes, the original ones where I can get a timeline and I can take screenshots and I can like screen record and I can have all of this in a nice, neat little video timeline format. And then I can send it to you and you can review it. And if we need to make changes or whatever before you publish it, because I just, like I said, something is nagging at me to do this. And normally I have learned to listen to my gut. And when it nags at me like this, to do what it tells me to do.
Do it. Michelle, I'm not sure if that's a proper English sentence. Because she's, unless you know what she means by this, I don't know. And I think that was supposed to be, it took me off her and I got lost. I'm not sure what that sentence means though. And then she got an LOL, so it was obviously a funny.
Do the American Justice True Crime. The Facebook link is just going to take you to Facebook because I'm an idiot and didn't grab the link right.
Yeah. Yes, and Sammy says yes, and yes. I watched him a lot in the beginning because he was doing a lot of research into the case and then talking to a lot of people, but then not so much. Who?
I think she's talking Dolly.
Oh, Dolly.
He was in the beginning.
Yeah.
That's what got me to watch him. And then he just got too clickbaity for me.
You know, and I do agree with the clickbaitiness of it. I really do hate things, and I've seen other, like, I'm just not into the whole clickbaity thing. You guys know my titles probably suck ass too half the time. But I'm not really into this whole here, bomb, explosive information, blah, 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 I'm just honestly not really into that myself. Maybe sometimes I want to kick myself for maybe I should be, because when you're trying to put out cases, right? Like I just can't in my own heart of hearts do things with a motive behind it, even though I don't fault people for trying to get more subs or people to watch the videos. But I'm just not into that stuff of, always these bomb things and explosive information, and stuff like that. Michelle After Dark does that as well. At least I feel. It bugs me when I see those myself. Doesn't mean it bugs everybody, but it just bugs me because I just think, if people could just keep things like just regular without trying to deceive people or get them to click on something, and just the sake of doing it for the right purpose, but that's in a perfect world, and we're not in a perfect world. And a lot of people are money hungry, and a lot of people, like I said, they grow their channels and, they get the egos, some of them, and other ones still stay grounded. But there's so many reasons why people do things, and who am I to judge? Like I said, I all I got to worry about is what I do, and I judge myself, and, it's not my right.
But I'm glad your titles are just to the point. Your titles are what you're going to talk about. Your titles are not the come click on me. They're not. And I love that about your channel, that you're not like that.
Girl,
because what your titles are is what your live is about, and you have the receipts to back it up.
And Michelle, you can always message me, like meaning I'm not going to give you my Facebook, unlike this one did over the public. No, thank you.
Well, that's my YouTube Facebook, so I don't care. I'm not giving her.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah. So
only you have that one.
I was going to say, so, but yeah, I mean, if you ever want to message me and you want to connect to my Facebook as well, just email me at acrimingshame@gmail.com with your YouTube, sorry, not your YouTube, with your Facebook link there, like what she did here. And I can certainly add you as well. Appreciate, you know what? Again, I appreciate people that follow the case. Appreciate people that do the work behind it as well to try to, like, again, get the facts of the case and not just rely on, drama and gossip and adding things that don't truly belong, in the search for Sebastian, because that's, at the end of the day, if people do their due diligence, and that's kind of like what Jennifer on earlier on the live, right? So she said she had never heard of about the timestamp for the video besides 311. But like I said, it was true that Seth had said that he and the Proudfoots have gone to the police station. They showed him the video. They said that the time was off by a couple of hours, that it was really at the time that the garbage truck, and hence why they were told that it was the garbage truck. So that would make sense why that would have been said by Seth about and Binocular Bobby as well. Binocular Bobby said more than just that, though. She was talking about the day here that it worked, here it worked, but why would it not work here? Again, Binocular Bobby lives in that neighborhood cul-de-sac that was on JLR. But anyways, so Jennifer had said she'd never talked to it. So again, to me, it's like, okay, sweet, go to the horse's mouth, So if you didn't know, and it is true, which I believe it to be, well, meaning I'm just going on what Seth had said there. And he said that he was told that the garbage truck was at 5 o'clock and the video was a couple hours off. And if you watch the video, all you do is see is 311, like it's stuck at that time. So that makes sense. And that's been out there for quite a while, that information, to be honest with you. But again, if Jennifer never heard of it and it comes to fruition to be true, then right. I mean, she has Seth to ask, and because he's the one that literally was taken to the video, or she said Nick as well. But, Seth is obviously the one that was asked to go there with the Proudfoots, and they both talked about it. But Christopher Proudfoot, I'm not sure, because I don't like watching Gray Hughes. So I'm not sure if he told him about the tape being off or not. So I don't know if Christopher Proudfoot had ever said that publicly like Seth Rogers did. But anyways, so we'll see. Right. And so it's kind of like that. So if Jennifer in reverse would have said something and I thought it was something else, again, I would just, all we want, including Jennifer, we just want the facts of the case. We don't want bullshit to it. We just want the truth. Did the flashlight work? Did it not work? If Seth did say it worked or didn't work, okay, so why is it then being said that it does work? Because you don't want to have the misinformation. You just want the truth out there, and like I said, you just adjust to whatever. So if the timeline changes and you get more information, then you add that information in, because again, you're just trying to give people facts. And that's why I did the timeline, right? Because I did everything based on what Katie had pretty much said and what she said and what they did and the times to that, so that I could give people a visual of the time frame in chronological order. But the thing is that it's changed over time, and there's more things that I would need to add to that timeline. There's not a lot more, to be honest, because I do have the gist of that timeline, but there are a few things that would need to be added in there for that day. Yeah. I'll give you my video to go watch when it comes to that, perhaps again, the timeline video that I did, because it's going to have most of your information there. The information it probably won't have. Well, you know what? I'll have to think about that in my head, because I had a pretty good gist of the timeline for that day, but then there was just a few things we came to know after I did that timeline. One of them being that the niece that Katie was with, that had called and asked to be picked up. So before it was more of guesswork. Well, when did Katie drop her off? Because, if it was only them, Katie and Sebastian, that went to the bowling alley, then she would have had to have been dropped off, I guess. But we come to find out that the mother of this niece had met up with, Katie at some point. So obviously this niece now had gone, with her mother. So that would probably be around the BJ's timing then, because if Katie and Sebastian came home to drop off snacks, if that's true what Katie said, right, and then they went back out, then obviously that time frame, or that point there of the niece would have been picked up, like she was picked up or met. I want to use the word met, like maybe met her mother at BJ's, and then whatever they did, whereas before I was like, did somebody from, this niece home, help in the disappearance of Sebastian, type of thing, right? So we got a little bit more information that way. Me too, Michelle. I have YouTube on almost 24/7. I don't think there's anything I haven't seen. Hey, let me ask you, Sammy, just to ask you, is that your actual picture on your avatar here on there? I'm just going to ask you that first before I say anything else. Oh, the video, I think the latest info about the timestamp is from Mob Crew, where he talks to the camera owner about the timestamp. Did Chris from Mob Crew, did he actually talk to the owner of that camera? Because so the thing about Mob Crew, and there's another YouTuber, the same thing. I think it's Dolly, actually. Okay, so he actually talked to the camera owner. Now, am I correct? Because like I said, so Seth said that he was told that the camera thing was off, and Binocular Bobby just said that as well, had said that as well. Did he make any mention about that as well, about the time discrepancy? Oh, wait, you're saying yes, this is your actual picture. Anyways, I want to say you have wonderful hair, beautiful skin, and a nice aura of a smile. But I just didn't want to say it if you plucked that picture off the internet and it was somebody else. Or was the yes for that he talked to? Anyways, remember that he talks to them about the timestamp, and then they start talking about whether there were jammers. Are you talking about Mob Crew on this one? Because if so, I barely watch him. And there's good reason why I barely do. Anytime someone plays a video and then they keep stopping and talking, and they barely give 10 seconds, 15 seconds before they stop and keep talking, I find that so irritating. And Chris does that from Mob Crew, and Dolly does that. And you just, I just find it irritating, because it's like, stop, go, stop, go, stop, go. And it just happens. And sometimes it's like, just play the effing video out. Okay. But quit stopping every freaking 10 seconds and to talk, when you just want. So I find that very irritating because they do it all the time. Yeah. Darnable, not navel. Yes. Okay, curious. See, I don't really like. I've only watched Mob Crew like a little bit lately. Other than that, he just really bores me. I know it's the irritation of people starting and stopping and starting and stopping and starting and stopping. And I just feel like it takes him a couple hours just to go through something that probably didn't need even a half an hour worth of time because he's too busy stopping, talking, stopping, talking. I do think he's a nice guy. I just find it so irritating. Do you find that irritating? I mean, I do.
When people stop and start all the time, yeah.
Like
it's just get to it already.
I mean, like when I watch The Deception Detective, he listens to a bit and then he'll stop and go over it. And there's, a nice little gap there. But when somebody's starting and stopping it like every 10 and 15 seconds, like consistently, it just drives me batty. And then I can't be asked to even watch them because, it's just, I'm looking at watching what you're showing about the lights and stuff. But all you keep wanting to do is put another 5 minutes worth of talk in between these start and stops all the time. And I just find it irritating. Mm-hmm. You're air rushed, though? I wish my skin... Oh, you're airbrushed. It's okay. Uh-huh. Filter. Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. That's okay. I know. I got that soft filter shit going on, too. I mean, honestly, my lighting would suck ass if I used my own lighting. Okay. Is there anything else you want to bring up or talk about?
No, I'm like you. I'm information overloaded and arguing with my gut at the moment. But, I just want to say, huh?
You hungry? Is that what you mean?
No, my gut is telling me to go down the rabbit hole right now. And
that gut. Oh.
It's like 1:30 in the morning. I don't want to go down the rabbit hole right now. I just want to say, Sebastian, if you are out there, at least contact your dad, dude. You've got a lot of us looking for you. You've got a lot of us worried for you. And we just want to know that you're okay. If you're gone because of your own decision, we'll respect that, I guess. But at least let us know that you're all right, because we're worried about you.
Yeah, and this was one of the things in front of us that like the deception detective was talking about, where he says, like kind of like the checklist for a missing person / presser or interview. And when he was talking about this, it's like, when you're talking, are you doing these things? Are you keeping things in the present tense, not the past? Are you being cooperative? Are you being inclusive? Are you addressing the kidnapper, addressing the child, asking for help and call to action, stuff like that? And this is where the Proudfoots lack, and only do it sometimes. But for the most part, if you were to look at any of their lives, most of the time, it's not addressing their child unless they're prompted to. They're not addressing a kidnapper or anything like that. They're barely asking for help. They do, but it's nominal in comparison. It's kind of like when somebody's doing an interview and it's not really about Sebastian, and then throughout the interview they're just like, like it's like, oh yeah, right. Don't forget, you guys, if you guys can hand out flyers, then do so. But it's when a live loses its focus on Sebastian, and it just becomes about drama and Christopher Proudfoot say justifying himself. And then there's little tidbits. And then like I said, Christopher will say the same thing. He'll go, so that's not going to help find Sebastian. Well, half the shit you say isn't going to help find Sebastian, dude. But like I said, he just gets more into the drama part. And it's not like someone going on their lives shouting from the rooftops, making you feel like, look, This is about Sebastian. I'm not here for the drama. I'm not here to talk about this stuff because it's not important. I want to talk about the stuff that we know, what happened that day, But that's not how their lives go, typically. It's not that feeling of urgency of that. And that's just the bottom line. There's no feeling of urgency for finding Sebastian. It's just, I don't know what to call it really on there. Yeah, this one does hurt my brain. What do I think of T-Rev? Okay, so I'm not really a big T-Rev watcher, but after kind of how he backstabbed Seth, basically, like I said, a lot of people were trying to get Seth to talk, and on their lives and stuff like that. And it seemed like, so T-Rev and Seth was trusting in T-Rev. And anyways, there was this certain falling out. And I think I don't even know what it was over. Some girl that, anyways, then T-Rev was talking about this gun that he said that Seth asked him to buy. And it was irregardless of that. But what struck me was, of course, this is that when they were buddies, it was, hush, hush, secret, you didn't tell. And as soon as they became not say buddy, he threw all the shit to the air and basically backstabbed Seth with information and said, I was keeping this stuff close to my heart. But hey, now that we're not friends, I guess I don't need to. So let me just throw all this stuff out. And it just became a joke, honestly. And stuff that I expect to happen, honestly, from, people that you just can't trust, that they're just there for whatever. So no, anyone that sits there and they want to throw shade out and that it was private information, and then as soon as something happens, they just want to throw them underneath the bus and they want to literally shit on them and stuff like that. I just think that that's just low blows. And yeah. And who would trust you? Who would want to even talk to you after that? If you have confidential stuff that you've talked about, and then when something breaks down that friendship, next thing you know, you just want to, basically say like, hey, by the way, I was keeping this close to my vest, but hey, he wanted me to buy him a gun now. I'm going to guys tell you that. But if, when I was his friend, I wouldn't tell you that. Right? So no, I don't respect that whatsoever.
That's a manipulation tactic for whatever reasons that people choose to do it, but it's just like a manipulation thing. Well, you're not my friend now, so let me.
One sec. Thank you.
Justice for Crystal McCrory Jones. Jana, Super Chat. $1.99. You're awesome.
Thank you, Jana.
You. When you have time, look at Crystal McCrory Jones' case.
I can say I've heard of that one. Because there's so many cases, to be honest with you. Have you ever heard
of that one? At least if I have, my brain's not computing it right now.
Yeah.
My brain is not exactly braining right now.
Yeah, I can always take a look, see what the case is about for sure. On there, but thank you for subscribing, and thank you for the $1.99 donation super sticker for that. It's just all of a sudden it all came at once. Subscription, like this person subscribed, then a donation came on that. But anyways, appreciate that. I'll have a look at it later tonight and just see what that case is about. I just want to, and I guess we're gonna get. You know what? I'll do another live tomorrow on Sebastian. I'm not working because like today's my day off. Saturday's my day off.
What time are you going to try to do it tomorrow? Because I've already started a presentation, I guess, on Sebastian. So, like I said, this is eating at my gut. So, if you give me a timeline that you're going to be on, maybe I can have something for you tomorrow so that you have it.
Okay, so I'm Pacific Standard Time. So I'm going to say probably not before 2 or 3 my time. and which is about 5 or 6 year time. I'm thinking.
Okay, I will see what I can get kind of gathered up, and like I
Yeah.
said, I'll send it to you. And if you want to use it,
don't
you
hold
can.
me to
And
that.
if you don't, then don't. That's up to you.
Yeah. I was gonna say, because no pressure on me, no pressure on you. I don't like pressure. I just do things when I feel like doing them and stuff like that. Like, I actually didn't think I was going to do another live after Jennifer's one, and then I thought, no. There's still things I wanted to ask her, but and talk about the case still. Because things were going through my mind. So I was like, yeah, YOLO, right, Ben? Right, Ben. That I'm going to do another live. So again, I got no hardcore plans for anything tomorrow besides, a lot of nothing, to be honest with you.
Well, I know it's like 1:30 my time right now, but like I said, my gut is screaming, so I may kind of dig in a little bit before I go to try to get a couple hours sleep. And I know once I start getting into something, I'll try to dig deep into it before I stop for a night.
Yeah, and again, and we'll head off here in just a second, guys. Right, Mrs. Jane Ben? You little smartass. It's only because somebody, remember earlier, said, Miss Shame. And then Ben is sitting there going, right, Miss Shame?
That will forever be your nickname.
Yeah.
I'm just saying.
Yeah. Mrs. Shame. Yeah, I'm in Canada. I am, no, my husband's British and he's from across the pond, but no, I'm in Canada, in Vancouver area so I'm on the West Coast side, British Columbia on there. But anyways, yes, that's exactly it, Michelle. So, again, right. Um, I get it that people get upset and stuff like that. But a lot of these people were just using stuff for information. And then, like I said, I mean, it got stupid. It got really stupid. That's when the big circus act was going on. And when this stuff happened, it's almost like it took away from Christopher Proudfoot. And you could tell Christopher Proudfoot was going, finally, people are seeing Seth instead of us as the bad person. Yeah. But anyways, okay. With that being said, I want to say thank you to everyone. Thank you to any of the subscribers and stuff like that. So Melissa here, she figures that she's going to start working on a timeline and different things for Sebastian Rogers' case and the red flags that stand out apparently. But I know that this thing can take a long time because there's too many interviews and there's too many things that have been said. But and that's the bottom line of it. There's too many things have been said. But Chronicles of Olivia will be the best one for a starting point. Duchess is the first interview. Chronicles of Olivia is another one. I'm just trying to think of the timeline ones. Nancy Grace, you'll want to use the one where the Proudfoots are sitting there in their camper. That one that's where Katie talks about doing schoolwork or whatever. So that one will be a good one. And that's all I can think of off the top of my head at this second, to be honest with you. My gut's talking to me, but my gut's saying I need to go eat something.
Like I said, I don't know if I'm going to dig into it before or after sleep, but I'm going to have to probably say after sleep because if I try to do it now, there's going to be all kinds of mistakes.
Yeah. Yeah. Well, I was going to say just, the hands interview. But the thing is with the hands interview, the thing about the hands interview is that it really didn't tell you shit because like I said, Katie barely said any information. So she did one with I can't think of her name. But they were both on Fox. And they were on Facebook. Well, at least where I watched them anyway. Is that there was two, and I can't think of it now because it's been such a long time, but there was 2 interviews on Fox. One, the Hands interview, and the other one that was the 4-part series thing. I think that we all watched. And they'll give you tidbits of information, but if I think about those videos, they don't really give you like the timeline of the thing is best. Like I said, she spoke up in the Chronicles of Olivia the most of the timeline. I'd probably start off with that for the start of your timeline, to be honest with you, is Chronicles of Olivia. That's what I would start with for your starting point, because that one has the most information. Mm-hmm. Oh, okay. Just quickly looking at this. Oh, okay. I'm gonna go relax now, but I'll look at your email later. Okay, and sorry, I just don't want to say the name if it's not the name on here. Okay, no, she does have it. Okay, Jana. Okay, I'll take a look. Obviously, it's a case that's very close to her heart. It's her sister, to be honest, on there. So, yeah, I'll definitely have a look and see what that one's all about. She's saying that she has documents and different stuff like that. So I'll look at it, and I'm so sorry for what happened to your sister, for sure. Again, whatever brings people to true crime, right? So many different things, right, Melissa? Your son's death, murder. You know what? I have to do this. I'm sorry, Melissa. Before we go, I have to look up this Crystal McCrory Jones. It will bug me if I don't.
Look it up. That way I know what it's about.
Yeah. Crystal McCrory. Crystal McCrory Jones' husband. Crystal McCrory Jones. Okay. So looks like February 9th. Is this correct, Jana? February 9th, 2023. The Crystal Jones story. Okay, what does this say here? Hold on a second. This is only a 17-second clip, but let me just see if this is anything to do. There's a news article on it that gives a summary. The third interview with the Nashville. Thank you, Nashville News. That was the third interview. Yeah. Yeah. Well, I just want to see what this thing shows quickly. No, this one. What is? I just want to see what I can't hear it, but let's see.
Bayou secrets about a small town in Louisiana and the very people that are supposed to protect and serve and what they did. June 13th, Bayou Secrets, Season 8, Without Warning. Bayou Secrets about a small town.
Okay, so underneath it, it says Bayou Secrets, a Crystal McCrory Jones story in Oak Grove, Los Angeles. A tragedy struck in February 2023 when Crystal McCrory Jones was found dead under suspicion.
Two babies.
Suspicious, obviously it stops there. 1 second here. Okay, well, let's take a look at this, actually. Let's just take a quick look here. On February 9th, 2023, 43-year-old Crystal, we'll just say Crystal, was found dead in her home of an apparent gunshot wound to the head in a small town of Oak Grove, Louisiana. Her husband, a former employee of the West Carroll Parish Sheriff's Department who investigated her death, was found to have changed his narrative and his whereabouts on the day of her death. Due to his close friendship with the investigating agency, her death was immediately, by the time of his recorded interviews, 2 hours after her body was found, ruled a suicide. Right. The family was actively denied an unbiased investigation by the state police, even after the shell casing of the fatal bullet was found by her husband 9 days after her death. Her husband had also had her body cremated against the family's wishes, destroying any physical evidence, as very little, including gunshot residue testing, was taken at the scene. Her sister, Jana, hi Jana, obtained a laptop that belonged to her sister that had more incriminating evidence against her husband. When all the evidence was taken to both the sheriff and the local DA, her sister Jana was lied to and blatantly called a liar. The family is currently working on getting Crystal's case reopened and hoping to have actual investigation done to give our family closure as to what happened to her that day. We are hoping to achieve that with your help if you sign this petition and give our family answers on there. And I will just quickly copy here and put that link in the chat. Okay, so obviously that must be hard for you to stare at that picture, Jana. But let me just ask you, Melissa, and you guys in chat, do you smell stank?
Yeah, I gotta say that's a little fishy. But she was a beautiful lady. I love her eyes.
Yeah, nice cheekbones and smile there. So it's one of those cases that for sure could reek of, reek of a bunch of bullshit and lies.
You know what it reminds me of? What case that reminds me of? Is the David Cam case out of Indiana. He worked for the state police, killed his wife and children, tried to blame it on an inmate, instantly had her, whole 9 yards. Sounds a lot. I guess maybe that, I don't know, but it sounds a little fishy to me.
Well, it's definitely one of those cases because we see it all the time where, a cover up kind of happens, and especially when it comes into about whatever the sheriff's department or the husband being part of that. It's definitely one of those ones that, as I was reading it, you're kind of going, this is one of those ones where they claim it as a suicide when really he took her life because there was something going on, obviously, whether it was an affair or that, you know what I mean? All the different reasons why someone takes the life of their wife or whatever and stuff like that. There's usually something. So just by reading that little bit, I could see where there could be some stank for sure to this case. But definitely with wanting to know more about it. But these type of cases, to me, sadly enough, there's a lot of corruption, especially in small towns or things like that, where again, it's just, I think about this one case that comes to mind. And I remember it was this guy that worked for the sheriff's office. He tried to make his wife seem like she was insane and, restricting her and whatever. And it was all about jealousy and control and whatever. And he ended up getting her right because of his, whatever with the police department, meaning because it's made to look like he's, a police officer, and his wife's going crazy and he's getting people to believe him. And he has her committed for about a week until they review the dash cam or the camera, whatever it was. And it was clear that he was trying to manipulate the whole situation. She wasn't crazy, right? And he was doing it because of, like I said, one of these jealousy things. I think because she was with another guy and stuff like that. And he's like, quit lying to me and stuff like that. But he was trying to portray it. And because he was a police officer, right, he thought that more so that, right, like he could direct the narrative there. And so that was just one case that comes to mind when I think of, cops being corrupt or taking their wives' lives, and then they're like trying to direct the narrative in a sense, but they get caught up in the lies and stuff like that, through the evidence and stuff. Anyways,
Then you got the one that he wasn't a cop, he was a pastor, and I don't remember. It was recent. It was last year, I think. Can't think of her name, but he was a pastor, and she supposedly committed an unaliving of herself and texted her family, and
yeah,
he was going crazy, and it was like the Rock Church or something like that. Anyway, it's like the people who have or think that they have power think that they can get away with it because they're so smart, and then they end up not being.
But yeah, I'll just any information you have, or any links that you would like me to look at, please send them to the email. Don't overwhelm me with too much at the start, but send me some pertinent things, or I mean, obviously I can Google and look up the story and stuff like that, but if there's anything in particular. Oh wait, did I drop the link for the petition? I meant to. If I didn't,
Yes, Sammy. Micah, that was her name. Micah Miller.
Oh yeah, Micah Miller. Micah Miller. Yeah. That case I followed. Don't leave true crime. Oh, yeah. I know. I'm really torn on it all, Sammy. I don't really know, to be honest. I mean, there is cases like Sebastian's that, and stuff like that makes it all worthwhile to cover the cases and stuff like that. But yeah, like I said, just remember, don't overwhelm me. Because then I get on overload and I'm like, but yeah, important things for sure that lead you to think that her husband had something to do with her death and it wasn't just an accidental suicide and stuff like that.
Oh, come on, Sonny. You want her to send you a novel.
Okay, no, you can get the other half if you want, and we'll meet up in the middle.
Oh no, I've got too much on my plate now, and I just put more on it.
But in all seriousness, Jana, again, so sorry for what happened to your sister. Again, I'll take a look at it. Okay, just send me what you have. If I have some time this evening, I'll check my email. Actually, the thing about my iPad is that I don't have emails on it because it's not got enough space on it. Fuck's sakes, it pisses me off all the time. But let's see. John, that's the way to do it, sis. But anyways, okay. I'm gonna get going. We're gonna get going. Sleuth down there is gonna start working on some timeline and inconsistencies of Sebastian Rogers' case. I'm gonna go feed my face and put some food in it. But thank you guys for joining this live tonight. Please, if you haven't, hit the like button and share if you don't mind. Again, thank you to Jennifer Coffindaffer for joining the live earlier. And again, for Nick the Hat Dog, At Night, SF Investigates, different people for all the things that they're doing with bringing, awareness to the case and stuff like that. I want to thank Serenity for the $20 super chat. And then we went to a different color for the second super chat and a $10 one. And then Justice Jana had put a $1.99 super chat up there. So unexpected, but thank you guys so much for supporting. That actually pays for StreamYard, because I'm not gonna lie, okay, you guys, I was literally gonna cancel StreamYard the other day. I am not paying $67 for something that was $34 before. So I was like, no, I'm getting rid of my StreamYard. You know what? I'm not really sure what I'm doing with the channel. But then, as luck would have it, it said, save 40% off the price for only $26.99 for the next 6 months. And I'm like, oh, you little effers, But I was like, you know what, deal or no deal? And I was like, deal, fine. I'll pay $26.99, which is not like American, it's like 35, 36 bucks. But that I can fathom. But I can't fathom paying $70 a month for StreamYard. There's way other better platforms than this one. But anyways, but they convinced me because of the price that I was paying, But anyways, so thank you, like I said, because that stuff really truly does help throughout the month. When it comes to all the different programs that I do purchase with Canva and Wondershare and StreamYard, and just all those little expenses. So, every little bit does help, but it's unexpected, but appreciated. Okay. So thank you to everyone again. Melissa, thank you so much. And yeah, I'm amazed if my voice works tomorrow. No, I'm just kidding.
Yeah, you've done like a little over 5 hours here and 2 hours with Jen. So yeah, you're at like a 7-hour live today.
Yeah. So thank you, mods. Thank you, everyone. Thank you, every new subscriber. Justice for Sebastian Rogers. If you are a member of the channel, don't forget. It's $1.99 if you wish to become a member. But you can use those little Sebastian Rogers emoticons that I'd made for Sebastian Rogers like a long time ago there. But anyways, so prayers and justice for Sebastian Rogers. Prayers to you there, Jana. So sorry about your sister, and hopefully the case does get opened up and looked at again. If you really feel like, or there's evidence to show that this truly wasn't SSI, but, her life was taken by her husband and stuff like that. And Micah Miller's case was very sad, beautiful lady. And, and he ended up getting arrested actually after all that time. Anyways, with that being said, we'll see you tomorrow. Hugs and kisses and all that stuff. Alrighty.
Good night. Justice for Crystal. I just signed the petition, so hopefully you can get that reopened.
Yeah, at the end of the day, awareness, right? Even if it does nothing, the petition, which they typically don't, at least it gets awareness about the case, and stuff like meaning all different avenues. But with that being said, you guys, we're going to head off now and we'll see you tomorrow at some point. All right. Take care, guys. Bye, Melissa. Bye, you guys.
Later.
Thanks, Ben. Thanks, Sharon. Thanks, mods. Take care.